Shall we, Hence? Sup, nerds? How y'all doing today? Happy Wednesday. Look at that. We're actually on the right day for once. Isn't that nice? How are you nerds doing? Pumped you're using Post Hog. It's been a great experience for me too. Let's see who I missed as we were getting started here. We got Self-Orientalist with the start, hitting that 1 year mark with the subs. Appreciate that a ton. Shivam, the legend, is 12 months in as well. Got two people hitting the 1 year mark in a row. Bot Cooper at 34 months, almost at 3 years of tier 3, the fucking legend. Good to see you, man. I hope all is well. And we got Carlos Booby here with the 17 months of support. Thank you all again. Crazy seeing us over 1,000 subs again. It's been a while since we had a number that big there. Appreciate each and every one of you guys for coming through today. We got Carlos. We got Rencade here hitting the 13 months. I need to check some things I forgot to check. Give me 1 sec. It looks like ad rev is actually spiked a little bit on Twitch. Not a lot, but like there's an actual number there now where there wasn't before, which is interesting. Not much still. Listening while door dashing Vercel vid first. We'll probably sneak the Vercel one out first. There's a bunch of stuff to cover today. Clonathon, we're working on the judging process still. I'm hoping the original plan was to have it done by end of month. It's probably going to be, let's aim for Wednesday next week. I'll have an update or an answer or results by then. It's just there's so many submissions. It's just a lot of work to get through them all. I didn't get charged back. It was actually a pretty big sub day. It takes about a month to know for sure if you're going to be charged back or not, but they seemed good faith. Like they wanted to get real information, and there's a decent chance they were just in a region where subs are a lot cheaper. They're not on the board anymore? Oh. Yeah. Fuck. Likely a chargeback then. RIP. Still had like good revenue for that stream. I don't need to hide that. I'll just show the numbers. Earnings. Here you go. The last month we made about $3,200 on Twitch. You can see that on that Saturday stream, it's actually Friday because of the way the rollover happens. I still have $760 of gifted sub that day. Not sure if that'll get reset or not, but yeah. There's a new PNG spec. HDR support. And APNG official. This is actually huge. Thank you for that drop, Shoe Boom. Huge. Thank you for the source on that. That'll be a fun one. Thank you, PQO, for the 12 months of support. Crazy Philip with the Prime. Drain Gang Glazer with the tier 1 gift. Or continuing the gift. I'm a big Drain Gang fan. I was not to like have my hipster moment or anything, but back in like the early Young Lean days, I was really fascinated by Echo 2K specifically because he was like running things in the background for everyone, like helping out with like the visual direction, a lot of the conceptual stuff. And I was like, this kid's going to be huge. And it took 10 years for him to drop an album, but then he did, and it blew everyone's minds. It was crazy to watch. The one of the crew that I picked as like my personal favorite early on, even though he barely had any music, getting to be that early on fucking Drain Gang because I was that early on Echo was huge. I'll admit I was never the biggest fan of Blade. I've since entirely flipped. I love him now, but he wasn't my favorite before. I just loved Echo 2K. But yeah, I was OG hipster Drain Gang back in the like pre-Gravity Boys days. We got Amon here with the Prime. We got Fred here with the 36 months, that 3-year mark as well. Jesus Christ, everybody's hitting the 1 year and the 3 year now. Then we got Joe here with the 2 months of support. Thanks a lot for building T3 chat. So revolutionized how you think about AI. That's really cool to hear. Don't worry, I have the Gemini stuff queued up. I should probably put the actual post in my notes. Label, priority. Yeah, we got a lot to cover today. I'm an investor in Void. Yeah, I saw the Vercel invisible captures. We'll be covering that, don't worry. O1, GPT 4.5, O3 Mini, and 4.0. I mean, it still has O4 Mini and GPT 4.1, which are the better models for it anyways. I don't think that's completely retiring. Like, these models aren't ones you should use. 4.1, O3, O4 Mini, 4.1. Called it. I'm actually finally talking to the cursor guys more again. I will bring this up when it makes sense, I promise. Claude has not gotten worse that I've noticed, but I haven't been able to code much the last few days. I don't know what's powering AMP, but I did my first source graph AMP agentic code yesterday, and it did a really good job. So if they're using Claude 4, then it's almost certainly still fine for me. Everybody's doing these like cloud sandboxed app things now. Interesting. Keep annoying me about it for now. As long as it's like not when I'm filming yet, it's fine. It helps me to like keep it on top of mind. I guess on Windows is really cool. Yeah, so there was a big warp update, but I'm still not using it yet. Thank you. Just go with the flow for the sub as well. Hi again, YouTube. Can I show new T3 with Imagen looks? Yeah, I have it here. The really cool thing about it is how fast it is. So let's Gemini Imagen 4. Well, I want something good. Corgi hacker in a hoodie and a dark room on a laptop. Takes about 8 to 12 seconds for my experience, which is significantly faster than GPT Image 1, like comically so. S. John, you haven't listened to E yet? It's insane. E is like one of the coolest experimental like pop, hip hop, R&B fusion things ever. That album broke me. And you can vouch for me, S. John. You were there when I was the OG Echo 2K simp because you went to fucking college with me. You know how hard I was on that early on. Corgis are my favorite like meme dog. They're like there's a very good like reference point because they're funny and there's a lot of images of them. I also used to do a thing when I was younger and annoyed online. I would just flood comment sections and forums with pictures of corgis whenever I was tired of whatever else they were posting instead. I had a folder with like 1,000 corgi images and would just rotate through all of them. We're still using OpenAI's APIs for the image gen. React static pre-render was inspired by what I said about Next. Is this a framework or a new API? Can you link this? I know that there's APIs in React for it, but is there a package? Oh, is it this? Oh, JJS, I'm assuming this is you. Clever. Good way to bait me. I appreciate the hard work you put in there. I'll take a look at this more in depth later. I'm not super interested in new ways to do React right now. Snapchat for AI? Not sure. That's scary. I don't know much about what's going on with the browser default stuff on iOS. I've not kept up with that particular war. It's hard for browser companies to invest in building a more traditional like browser engine for iOS because they're only valid in those regions. So it's a weird thing. I did see Apple might buy Perplexity. They're going to try and pay their way out of their current hell. I wish them luck. They will struggle a lot. I did see Better Off raised. You might be surprised that there's somebody you know who invested in them. I did see the container for workers. I heard that it's really expensive, but potentially really useful. Hyper's been dead for a while, as far as I know. Probably not covering Warp 2. Is there any other big stuff that happened today that I need to cover? Or like in the last week or since Saturday when I was last live? Or Friday, I think it was. I know there's all the drama about stop killing games. You guys already know my stance there. It has only gotten stronger since then. What a dumb campaign. Oh yeah, there was the Yap scene. The fact that Sam Altman's following him now is concerning on a lot of levels. Very curious to see where that one goes. I don't want to go into stop killing games. Cover or watch Pirate Software's coverage or just read his post about it. I think he has done a good job. If you want to see how pissed I am about it, look at my second channel. And if you do, give it a thumbs up. It's the worst thumbs up to down ratio I've ever had on any piece of content I've ever made because gamers flamed it because it got posted in one of their subreddits and they all spammed me. I did see Hightail died. I also saw, much dumber, somebody saying that Hightail dying proves that Yandere Dev's actually a competent developer, which is the worst take I've ever seen in my fucking life. Thank you, Vale. I've talked to enough game devs to know that I'm on the right side on that one, so I just don't care that much. The Flash preview image is a different image gen model. It's way faster, but way worse. Yeah, Yandere Dev is not competent, but neither are gamers. So they see things still in business as competence and thing out of business as incompetence. They don't understand how complex these things are. That like having a team of people who are paid salaries means that it can shut down, and having a bunch of people living in their parents' basements does not compare. Yeah, I fully agree here. What's really funny is people shit on me for supporting Pirate Software because I couldn't have watched the other videos about it, and I watched them, and I supported Pirate Software even more after. It was actually kind of hilarious how many contradictions existed in the other content from other individuals about it. I don't want to go into it. My stance on stop killing games has been established long ago. The one compromise I'll give you guys is that I would be very in favor of any piece of legislation that protects individuals who are reverse engineering IPs that are no longer being maintained. So if a game, like if World of Warcraft Lich King existed and no longer does, like I played Wrath. That was the last World of Warcraft I played. If they weren't doing Classic or they didn't have a version of Classic up for that version and people wanted to play it, and then people put the work into custom servers, reverse engineering it like they did, their rights should be protected. And I would be very much in favor of that. If people reverse engineered and created their own game servers to preserve a dead game or an abandoned game, I would be entirely okay with that. If you're not going to maintain methods for people to play the game and purchase the game, you should be inherently revoking your right to go after those who do it instead. Yeah. Yeah, I am all for protection of good faith actors that just want to maintain a thing they love. I am not okay with making games even harder and more expensive to produce in an era where they're already really hard and expensive to produce. That's the part that's really scary to me. And the proposal comes from the mindset of a indie dev that's never worked with a big team, never had to license a bunch of shit. It hurts to listen to. And I hate that it's gone as far as it has without any fundamental understanding of what the impact could be. Yeah, the things that they wanted would make most MMOs impossible. It would make most multiplayer games using engines like Unreal impossible. It would make infrastructure that's complex and has things like leaderboards in it effectively impossible. It would be bad. We'll be working more on desktop and mobile app very soon. I have a couple other things I need to get done first. Let me go hit that record button so that we can get started. Deranked on Modern Warfare 3 360 by some script kiddie. Yeah, I hate that. One of the recent like going after maintenance people things that happened recently that broke me. I am pissed about there was an effort to rebuild the Black Ops 3 servers so that they would be less hacked, better maintained, and more playable for people on modern systems. Black Ops 3 is the best Call of Duty multiplayer ever because it actually had pleasant movement. I'm a diehard. And I was so excited to have Black Ops 3 sweaty motherfuckers like myself with better servers and like anti-cheat stuff. They got DMCA'd and struck down by Activision. And that pissed me off because Activision is not maintaining Black Ops 3 at all. So that, like, I would, depending on how it is written, you could very quickly get me to be in support of legislation to protect people like that are in good faith reverse engineering a piece of software to maintain it long term. That I absolutely would be in favor of. But forcing game studios to change how they make games, I don't want studios to have their implementation details commandeered by people who don't understand game development. That's a slippery slope that gets real bad real fast. OpenAI and IO early work. I've heard some unvalidated rumors about what the device is, and I, at the very least, can say from what I have heard, it is not a wearable or in-ear, as they said somewhere in here. Yeah, it's not an in-ear device nor a wearable device. That lines up with the little bit I've heard. World at War was also a big part of my childhood. I don't think Kingdom Hearts 4 is ever going to come out at this point. Not sure what we're going to do with Create T3 app long term. I've been eyeing Better T-Stack a lot. It seems really, really solid. If you want more, then Better T-Stack's probably a good starting point. Yeah, this is from what I know about a lot of games. This is the case. What Dan Vale's saying, it's kind of nuts how hard it is to get a massively scalable game running. Yeah, it's giving people being loud and reactionary about shit they don't understand. Absolutely agree. Yeah, I agree with the 451. That would have been hilarious. Anyways, let me go hit the record button on my camera so we can get started. Marker offset. We'll aim for 31. Cool. We're now recording. Oh shit, Zach, good to see you, man. Hope all's well. The only thing that matters early on is that you're making friends with smarter people so that you can learn from them and continue to like grow and take advantage of the connections they have. So if you feel like you know if you feel like there are more engineers who know you and respect you than you had 2 years ago, and that number is going up in a meaningful way, you're fine. If not, fix that. I've been considering doing a rant about that because I've been getting a lot of questions along the lines of like, which of these 3 companies should I work at? Or like, which businesses should I be targeting to like get my next gig? It's like, pick on the team entirely, especially early career. Pick on the fucking team entirely. Nothing else matters. Let's get started. Oh, I like this actually, Q Wolf. The idea of like treating rules for gaming similar to right for repair. That I like that framing. If we were to think of like a stop killing games alternative that was more right to repair-y, where it wasn't mandating companies release all of this stuff and give you access to all of the parts. Rather, they were restricted from holding you back. They were protections for people who were doing their reverse engineering and everything. Like that, I could actually see being really good. No worries then. It's a good one, and I need to probably cover that more. It's a thing that if I can think of the right way to package it for a video, I'll absolutely do it. Let's do the Vercel stuff because that's the title. They did one other thing. Did they get rid of the queues post? It was here. So I haven't watched the keynote yet. You guys down to watch it with me? And then we can decide what we're going to, or how we're going to open it and cover it. Is there no stream or VOD for it? Oh, that's going to, oh no, it doesn't. Cool. Ben linked it. First, they make this annoying. Let me switch to a browser that does embeds. Less bad than Firefox. God fucking damn it. Anybody have the YouTube link? It's unlisted on YouTube, but I can still watch it if you give me the unlisted link. I might just be able to inspect element for it. There is the iframe. I recreated the link as fast as you guys started spamming it. I'm proud of myself. Thank you all, though. Oh, they don't have... They don't have rewind on. God damn it. Who doesn't have... That's one of the best features of YouTube is that you can rewind and catch up. That's annoying. That's so annoying. Grr. Well, I guess we will not be watching. I'm actually curious what Sarah's up to. I'll watch that later for sure. What else is there? Interesting. Cool. Anyways, that is annoying as fuck. I was excited to actually watch their intro and like try to cover things their way to the best of my ability. Okay, there's Vercel changelog. Rolling releases is actually a really nice change. Edge functions are deprecated. Fascinating. Sandboxes. This is the missing one I was trying to find. Cool. I think that's everything I need to start this one. Yeah, CKV5 beta's like been announced for a bit. Yeah, that wasn't even a Vercel ship announcement. That's just like they were trying to get it out in time. Why are you linking Aiden tweets? Rewind is finally coming on Twitch. Took long enough. They did that for so long. They fought that for so hard. Yeah, 1080p low latency streaming is so fucking expensive, especially depending on the region. You're 14, man. Don't worry too much. Just keep coding. Just keep building, keep hanging out. It happens. Yeah. I think we just have to dive right in with all of the info that we have now. Vercel ship 2025. Close. This is just the intro, but someone has it. It's not somebody. That's Evil Rabbit. This is the Basement Studio, like fun 3D Pixar styled animation to start it. I did see that. Yeah, Basement Studio is awesome, and I love Evil, so it makes sense that they had a fun collab there. Let's get started. Let's do it. It happened. Vercel shipped. I'll be honest, I've kind of felt like Vercel isn't moving at the speed that they used to. I loved seeing all the crazy new products and updates all of the time. And last year, there just wasn't that much. The last two Next.js comps had no major changes really at all. But that's changed because the recent Vercel ship dropped a ton of new stuff, including a bunch of things I'm personally really excited about and have been waiting for and pestering them about forever now. Before we go any further, I need to make sure you guys know that this is not a sponsored video in any way, shape, or form by Vercel. They have not paid me for a long time. In fact, quite the opposite. They cost me a ton of money. And since you guys want me to be as honest as possible about Vercel, someone else is going to have to cover the bill for this. So quick word from today's sponsor before you can get my honest take on everything Vercel just dropped. I kind of want to add in the things that they dropped, yeah. Attempt 2 on this intro. It happened. Vercel actually shipped. I feel like it's been a while since Vercel dropped a bunch of things at once, like many years by now. The last two Next.js comps were relatively low in terms of new features, both for Next and for Vercel. That changed today. They dropped a ton of things I've been personally waiting for forever. From a new pricing model, to queues, to a way to run code that's sandboxed from your users, to even handling CAPTCHAs properly. It's kind of nuts how much stuff they dropped that I've needed for a while. It almost feels like they've been looking through my Twitter and hitting all the checkboxes for all the things that I've been bothered by recently. That all said, Vercel has not paid me for a long time. In fact, quite the opposite. I spend a lot of money paying them nowadays, especially with the success of T3 Chat. So someone's got to cover today's bill, and if I'm going to be honest, it can't be them. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right into what I think about everything Vercel just shipped. Let's dive in. Going to do a real quick overview of the things that they changed so that we can keep ourselves on track. The one that I'm personally most excited about is the active CPU billing. It's going to be a real fun one to talk about and specifically why it matters. They have the sandboxing for code run, or they added the sandboxing for code runs specifically for user submitted code, or more importantly, AI generated code. Queues, finally. And then their CAPTCHA killer solution that is actually looking very compelling. It seems like they learned all the right lessons from the things I've been complaining about with CAPTCHAs. If you haven't watched my CAPTCHA video already, obviously I'm biased because I made it, but I think it's one of the best videos I ever did. So check it out if you haven't. It's very practical, applicable information on how to set up CAPTCHAs and rate limiting in your services properly. So let's dive into these. That's all of them, right? Oh, they also officially dropped the AI Gateway, which is their alternative to something like OpenRouter. Actually looks pretty compelling. We'll dive into that too. So let's start with the active CPU billing, because I am so excited about this. Again, I'm biased because this is going to save me a ton of money. To understand this, we need to understand how servers are built. If I have one server, and I don't know, let's say that this server costs us $10 a month. This server is just one server. If it gets no users, or it gets 1,000 users, or it gets 1,000,000 users, we have our fixed rate. It's $10 a month. But what happens if this server can only have, 500 users concurrently at its peak? Then you need to spin up more servers. Maybe you need to keep them live for the whole month, or maybe you're dynamically spinning them up and down. You end up in the wonderful Kubernetes hell that we've all seen and I've often made fun of, as you need to spin up more servers and remember to spin them down and wait for them to spin up and possibly lose traffic in that time. Not fun. And that's why the world started moving towards a serverless model, especially for the short-term compute needs that most web apps have. Because most users are making a bunch of requests, or sometimes just one request doing a lot of DB, and then not doing anything for a while. And the idea of building your compute, or how do I want to explain this? And the idea of serverless isn't you don't have servers. Obviously, your code runs on a server. The point is that the actual server setup that you have, like the amount of provisioned servers you have running, is directly reflective of the number of users currently making requests. So previously, the way the world worked is you had your one server and all of your requests went to this. So you had a bunch of different requests from all sorts of different users hitting the same server, taking however long they need to take, and then sending the responses on the other end out to the users on the other side. But if you ever needed more requests than this could fit, that was when you ran into problems. You'd have to either manually spin up a server and hold these requests until it was ready, or do something else. Serverless had the goal of flipping this dynamic entirely. So instead of being $10 a month for a server, it's billed on compute hours. Well, it's billed on gigabyte hours is the usual phrasing for it. So gigabyte hour is how many gigabytes of RAM over how many hours is the thing that you'd be billed on. So now each of these requests, instead of having its own server, they each have their own separate instance that is alive for as long as the request needs it to be and then dies immediately after. And if each of these requests takes a very small amount of time to resolve, like 100 to 200 milliseconds just to get the DB requests done, generate the HTML, and send it to the user, this makes a ton of sense. So if you think of this, like each of these takes 100 ms. Let me shrink it like that. Then this model makes a ton of sense. And since more and more compute has been working this way, I say as somebody who built a lot of things like this model actually was really, really good for web applications and like CRUD apps and e-commerce and all those types of things, because you never have to worry about having enough servers for your users, and the users are making such short requests that if you add all of these millisecond times up, it's still not going to cost you a whole bunch of money. So it ends up being often a good bit cheaper than if you provisioned a big enough server, because you don't have to keep the server provisioned during downtime and you're just paying for the time spent requesting. So what's the problem? Well, let's say like these 4 requests are people requesting their user data, like their email address that they use to sign up, or their chat history on T3 chat. Those all happen really quickly. That's all good. But what happens when you start generating a response from OpenAI? This stops being 100 milliseconds and starts being 20 seconds. Now imagine you have a bunch of users doing this constantly. Now you're not adding up 100 milliseconds times 4, you're adding up 20 seconds. And suddenly having an individual server running for each of these requests sucks, because there's a second dimension we have to be considerate of. We were to put these two axes. Axis 1 is duration. This is how long does the request take to run. And axis 2 is intensity, like how much CPU is actually being used during this request. So for something like your Next.js app, it's not using a whole lot of CPU when it's making a DB request, but it uses a decent bit when it's turning that JSON into HTML to send to the user. Or if you're doing something like image encoding, where you're re-encoding a PNG into an AVIF or something like that, like we're adding for T3 chat for partial image gens, those things take a good bit of CPU, and that will cost you, and that means that you're limited with how many things you can do on a server. If you have 10 users generating images, if you have 10 users re-encoding images on a server, that's way more compute than even like 1,000 users who are just waiting for a DB response to come in. So making sure that you're paying attention to the actual CPU usage relative to the duration is key. This is where different workloads get interesting, though. Something like rendering your Next.js app is, I would say, medium usage, low duration. So SSR, medium usage, low duration. Something like image re-encoding. Image encoding is high usage, medium duration. And this is the interesting thing. There's this area in the corner here of like high duration, low usage that has been a really rare thing. So there hasn't been much innovation in this corner for a while because there hasn't been a need to. The goal historically has been, how do we reduce the duration of our requests? Almost all the work that companies like Vercel have put in, that all these database companies have put in, they're focused on how do we shift down the duration chain so that things can happen faster so users have a faster and better experience on the web. The problem is there's this new workload that fits really well in this corner that I've been hinting at a bit. LLM generation requests. And to be clear, I am not saying the actual running of the model to take in an input and create the new tokens that you send to the user. What I'm referring to is the endpoint that takes the user's request, attaches whatever metadata, whatever memory, or whatever else, and then sends that to the OpenAI API with the services API key, and then receives that stream and then streams it down to the user. That ends up being really high duration and extraordinarily low CPU costs. And that ratio is very strange. It is not something that most of these services were built for, except for one, Cloudflare. Cloudflare's infra, specifically the Cloudflare Worker product, has really low CPU performance. If you take a given like server rendered task and run it on Vercel or on Lambda with Node, and then run the same exact code on workers, it will take 2 to 4 times longer to actually give you a response if it's the CPU that you're measuring. So if you take some JSON and convert it to HTML with React and Next.js, that'll take 4 times longer on Cloudflare because the CPUs are weaker and their virtualization layer is different versus on Vercel or Lambda or even a traditional server where you have some dedicated CPU allocation and a real like kernel running real Linux, running real Node on top of it. That ends up being significantly faster. And also with something like Lambda, you can up the provisioning so it has more compute when it needs it. This is where things get interesting because Cloudflare's infra has historically been bad for SSR workloads, but it's been really good for what I referred to as the world's most advanced switch statement. If you're effectively using Cloudflare as a way to resolve a request and point it in the right direction and do basic changes to it, Cloudflare's been really good. And one of the things that makes Cloudflare's model so special is their net CPU billing. So let's redraw this here. Because remember, there's 2 numbers we care about. There is the duration and there is the actual CPU usage. So let's put 2 numbers into each of these. I'll make these a bit... I'm going to make the font a bit smaller on these guys so that I can fit it better. If it lets me. No, it won't. Cool. I want to think better on how I want to draw this. Okay, I think I know how I want to draw this now. So let's say a user is making a request for their metadata. User requests their metadata. This request will probably be pretty fast. 100 milliseconds if your database is fast enough. This request probably isn't going to need to do too much in terms of CPU. If we were to measure this by the amount of CPU utilized, and we'll just measure it in milliseconds as well to make it easy. Let's say it was 10 milliseconds net CPU. So if we shrink this accordingly, it ends up looking like that. Actually, quite a bit less if we make this to scale. I'll do that instead. There we go. You get the idea. A request from a user that takes 100 milliseconds of wall clock, if it's spending most of that time waiting for the DB, it's not going to use much CPU. To expand this, literally, to make it a little clearer, red is when we're being billed. Hollow is when we're not because something else is happening. So that little red section in here, we are requesting from DB. That takes a very small amount of time. Then we wait for, 85 milliseconds, wait for DB response. And at the end here, we have a little more compute to take that DB response, re-encode it in JSON or whatever format you want it to, and then send it to the user. So in this 100 millisecond clock time, we're probably doing at most 15 milliseconds of CPU actually running. If you were inside this box and you looked at how much CPU utilization it was using, you'd see it at around 100%, then less than 5%, probably 1 to 0, depending on how much other stuff's going on in the box, then back up to 100% for a brief moment, then the data goes down to the user. The thing that made fluid compute really cool, which was Vercel's way of parallelizing things on a given Lambda that I've covered a bunch in the past, is that it could effectively stuff other people's requests in when this happened. So here, since this CPU is not doing anything, it will stuff in another user's request. It'll use some CPU, do the thing, and then while that's all waiting to resolve, let me move this out of the way. Oops. Don't even know what I did there. And then when this one's being waited to resolve, we can have another one and another one. And now what we're being billed on is the wall clock for this whole window. So let's say that this ends up being 150 milliseconds of total compute. So now we squeezed 400 millisecond requests into a 150 millisecond window. So you're not going to be billed for 400 milliseconds. You're going to be billed for 150. That's really cool. But you know what would be way cooler? Remember how we said that each of these totals to 15? Let's even round up a bit. Let's say each of these is 10. So it's 20 milliseconds of compute, and it's 150 milliseconds total. So 20, 40, 60, 80. If we take all of these, remember each of them is about 10. You'll see this is quite a bit shorter than what we ended up paying for. It's way less than half. Actually, I think in this case, it's a bit over half technically. The point being, that happens because there's a lot of dead areas in this. We have here where nothing happened. I'll use blue to show those dead areas. We have here to here where nothing happened. We have another dead zone there as well. These dead areas you're still paying for because you have to have the server spun up waiting for these requests to be completed. When you're looking at something like a 100 millisecond request to go get something from the database, this looks pretty bad. If we're a little more realistic with server rendered loads, instead of this user requesting their metadata, they're requesting their user page. Don't know why that arrow went crazy. That might need a little more CPU in the end. We'll change this to 150 milliseconds. And then at the end, come on. What's that happen? Cool. So we change it to 150 milliseconds. And at the end, say it needs a lot more compute after it gets the response from the database to actually render the page. Something like this would actually benefit a lot from the new model on, or something like this would benefit a lot more from the model that Vercel had with fluid compute, because such a high percentage of the time is still spent doing real work that it's fine. But what about the thing we were talking about before? These dreadful 20-second to sometimes 8-minute long requests. How much compute do you guys think those are using? So let's take a 20-second wall clock generation. We have this initial block at the start that is verifying the user and their data. So we verify the user. We send the request off to OpenAI or whatever other API, and then we are waiting. And we keep waiting. And we keep waiting. And then eventually near the end, we get the full response and we send that down to the user. Maybe we persist in our database. Or let's say we are sending back the tokens as we get them, which is very common. Each of those takes literally like 2 cycles of CPU. So we have a ton of these super, super like impossibly thin lines randomly throughout where a tiny, tiny bit of CPU is used. And on this 20-second wall clock, not only are we not using seconds of CPU, not only are we not using milliseconds, usually a AI LLM generation call can be measured in nanoseconds of CPU used. So if you have a 20-second wall clock time, it's absolutely realistic that you used 100. So something even as crazy as a 20-second wall clock time could be as low as 100 nanoseconds of compute. That's the problem. That ratio is insane. If you look at how much compute is used relative to the amount of time the request took, that's where this pricing gets really rough. That is the original pricing. Because now I have this 20-second runtime I am paying for, even though I'm using almost no CPU during most of it. And my guess is that when Vercel started, and my honest guess is that when more and more of these AI workloads started appearing on Vercel, their average CPU like usage and like the percentage that their CPUs were utilized during requests probably went from like 60 to 80% down to less than 5%. And when I look at our CPU utilization for our box, especially if we turn off Fluid, the CPU utilization is so close to 0, it's funny. Because you have to just sit there kind of when you're waiting for the response. If you do the thing I showed earlier with Fluid and you force a lot of things into that same Lambda request, it helps, but it doesn't help enough. Because again, Cloudflare bills on wall clock time. Because again, Cloudflare bills on net CPU. So they are only charging you for these red boxes. They are only charging you when the CPU is going. And they could do that because they don't have to spin up a new kernel for every dev. If you are a dev deploying on Vercel and I'm a dev deploying on Vercel, we both have our own code, we both deploy. Even with Fluid, when it's sharing the node to do multiple things at once, it only shares across a given user in a given binary of code. So your code can't run on my Lambda when my Lambda is running. On Cloudflare, the abstraction isn't at like the kernel or Firecracker or Lambda level. The abstraction is higher. It's in V8, the actual engine. They built the worker isolate layer, which allows them to have basically the event loop being shared. So if you know the JavaScript event loop, like requests are made, functions get queued up and executed, and data like flows through it like that. The way Cloudflare works is effectively when you don't have anything on your event loop, when you don't have anything queued ready to go, someone else has a request for their own code running on the same instance. That's what became so cool with, or that's what was so powerful about Cloudflare stuff, is their event system means your code can be running and doing nothing and cost them nothing, because that same V8 instance can be resolving other people's requests with their own separate code at the same time. There's like 4 options here. You have traditional servers, you have serverless where it's 1 instance per request, so 1 instance per user effectively. You have Fluid Compute, the serverless servers things that Vercel did, where you have 1 node that can resolve multiple users' requests, but only has 1 binary, like 1 piece of code running on it. And then you have the Cloudflare solution, which is lots of different developers' codes running on the same box at the same time. And it's abstracting on like the per function call level. So, and when I tell you the price is massively different, I mean it. Yeah. As we see here, Cloudflare bills on the CPU time, the net CPU cost, the amount of time the CPU is actually invocating. And they charge 2 cents per million CPU milliseconds. And they bill it in milliseconds because that's like how much these requests take. It's measured in nanoseconds and milliseconds, not seconds and minutes like it is on other platforms, because they're charging based on that. There's a max of 5 minutes of CPU time per invocation. But that's CPU time. The actual request doesn't have a duration limit. So it could take 2 days to resolve and it's fine as long as it's not doing anything with the CPU in that time. Really cool. And Vercel finally decided to match that. And this is exciting to me because I've actually argued with them a bunch about this because I compared our numbers on Fluid to our numbers on serverless to my friend's numbers on Cloudflare with workers. And there was a pretty rough gap there in terms of the cost. Like, I know people who were doing more inference than us that had bills that were like 100th of hours for compute, because it doesn't matter how many thousands of requests you can stuff into a 30-second window if the alternative is being charged for 1 millisecond per request instead. I can't go into details of these numbers because the ones I know are very much under NDAs, but I can tell you it is as much as 100x difference. And it's pretty easy to see that difference if you just think through the diagram here. If I have requests that take 80 seconds, an 80-second request, and one of these 80-second requests uses, I'll even go higher than normal, 5 milliseconds of CPU. Best case, we could squeeze like 100 things into a Fluid Compute instance. So worst case with serverless, if we have 100 requests that match this, so we'll say 100 requests, 80 seconds, 5 milliseconds of CPU. If we have a normal server, we're just paying the server cost. That's hard to measure. If we do serverless, then we're paying that 80 seconds times 100 equals 8,000 seconds. That's rough. Fluid, let's say we squeeze them all in, and that all fits. So it's 80 seconds times 1 because we're only invocating once. That's 80 seconds. Net CPU billing, 5 milliseconds times 100 equals 500 milliseconds, which is equal to 0.5 seconds. Is this a real number from a real dashboard right now? No. But I can tell you from my experience, this lines up. This is accurate to the things I've seen. The gap's insane because the amount of CPU used for these inference tasks is relatively low in comparison. Like the 80 to 5 millisecond ratio, this is the thing to pay attention to. A request that takes 80 seconds can use as little as 5 milliseconds of CPU. There is nothing you can do to make this number worth paying for. You have to find a way to charge this number instead if you want to compete with Cloudflare. And that's what Cloudflare, and this is what Vercel just announced. They are now going to charge for this instead of this. And that's probably going to cost them a ton of money behind the scenes, depending on how they have it provisioned. I don't know the details of how they implemented this, because the reason Cloudflare can charge on this is during that 80 seconds, they can run someone else's code on the same node. On Vercel, they can't do that because it is running its own kernel, its own node instance. So if I'm not doing anything, they can't just spin someone else's code up on the same box or on the same instance. So let's read what they've done and how they did it. Introducing active CPU pricing. Of course, they had to come up with their own name for it. Fluid Compute exists for a new class of workloads. I/O-bound backends like AI inference, agents, MCP servers, and anything that needs to scale instantly, but often remains idle between operations. This is the key. That scale instantly part is so useful, both for like surges in traffic, but also the other side where you're, spinning up a preview deployment when somebody files a PR. Having things that can instantaneously on demand spin up and down like that is so useful for all the different layers of my stack. These workloads don't follow traditional quick request response patterns, which again, this is what Vercel has optimized for historically. How can we get the data close to the server? How can we format the data faster so there's less time being spent generating the right thing? How can we cache stuff to skip the compute layer entirely? What can we do to reduce the amount of time it takes to resolve a request? That's been Vercel's goal since day one. That does not work in the AI world. These are long-running, unpredictable workloads, and they use cloud resources in new ways. Fluid quickly became the default compute model on Vercel, helping teams cut costs by up to 85% through optimizations like in-function concurrency. Today, we're taking the efficiency and cost savings further with a new pricing model. You pay CPU rates only when your code is actively using CPU. Huge. I see your question about middleware, or make sure I get to this after I read through this because there's going to be a lot of confusion around that. I want to make sure I address it. From servers to serverless. In the early days of cloud compute, teams ran long-lived servers. You had to manage provisioning, handle scaling, yada, yada. You get the idea. Serverless changed that. It abstracted away infrastructure configuration and introduced automatic scaling. Each request triggered its own isolated instance, just as I said. So here we see it starts with a lot of compute, does nothing for a while, and then ends. And you're paying for that whole time. From serverless to fluid, here's the difference. Now you can squeeze them all into one fluid node. Didn't they say 85% before? Now it's saying up to 90%? From my experience, it's been 85 to 90, so it's funny, those are the two numbers. I've seen both in our dashboards. And then from fluid to active CPU. Fluid improved performance and cost, but there was still room to optimize. Even with high concurrency, there could still be moments where all invocations are waiting on external resources and no code is actively running. During these idle periods, functions stay in memory, do no work, yet they're still incurring CPU cost. Again, if we look at this way, we just want to pay for the parts where the CPU is working. This aligns with actual usage. Compute costs scale with real work, not just with time a function is alive. So what's funny here is that something like our conversion of images is effectively free CPU cost-wise because we are already running the nodes, the CPU is being paid for, we might as well use it. This is going to make that feel much more expensive because we're actually paying for that compute now, where previously we effectively weren't. But that also means our bills are going to be way, way cheaper overall because most of our workloads aren't using CPU for the majority of the time. Yo, thank you for the 10 bomb. Thank you so much, KLC, for the gifts. Really appreciate that. Yeah. So the active CPU pricing model. Fluid compute now charges based on 3 key metrics. Active CPUs, which reflects the compute time your code actively is executing on a virtual CPU. Measured in milliseconds, calculated as the number of vCPUs allocated, multiplied by the time that they're actively being used for. Starts at $0.128 per hour. So let's run the math here quick. You know how I am. I like to know the hard numbers. So Vercel is this per hour, which in milliseconds times 60 for minutes times 60 for seconds times, wait, no, I had to divide a whole bunch for that. Wait, what's the number that they used for Cloudflare actually? 2 cents per million CPU milliseconds. This is going to be annoying math because these numbers are not compatible. That's definitely intentional on both parties. Okay, so how many milliseconds are in an hour? Okay, hour, minute, second times 1,000. Okay, so that's 3.6 million milliseconds. So that's 3.6 times more. Is it going to be exact? It's going to be 0.02 times 3.6. No, it's it's a bit more. Okay. So Cloudflare's charging 7.2 cents per hour of compute. Oh, no worries, KLC. I didn't think you could accidentally do that. Regardless, appreciate it. Cool. So I'm just going to get rid of the other Cloudflare number because I think billing in hours is a little more sensical. Cool. So Cloudflare is still cheaper per hour, but it's not that big a gap. It's a bit under 50% difference. There is also a bill per invocation, though. So we will get to that in a second because I believe Vercel has it as well. They also have to charge for provision memory, which covers the memory required to keep a function alive while it's running. It's measured in gigabyte hours and billed at a much lower rate, less than 10% of active CPU, thanks to Fluid's ability to reuse memory across multiple concurrent invocations. Starts at 1 cent per gigabyte hour. Cloudflare doesn't charge for this. So, to be fair, Cloudflare has a much stricter limit on memory. How much memory can a worker use on Cloudflare? Yeah, workers are very limited in how like big they can be. The amount of JS it can run is 10 megabytes of actual binary, which sounds like a lot for JavaScript, but it's not, especially for server-side stuff at scale. Let's get to the memory section here. Each worker can use up to 128 megabytes of memory. That's very low, relatively speaking. If you architect around that and you're not using like Node APIs and things heavily, it's fine. But that's not much memory. That said, that's 128 megs of memory per request, where on Vercel, you have the amount of RAM that your node has across all the requests being routed to that node. So it depends on what your memory characteristics look like. But I am going to skip that section simply because the way memory works on these platforms is so different that it's not really comparable. But they say it's less than 10%. So we'll add another 10% to the Vercel bill accordingly. This is CPU cost. Memory. Vercel 10% of CPU cost. And Cloudflare will say free. And then we have the request costs because invocations are charged for on these platforms. They say for Vercel that like in traditional serverless, they are still billing for this. It remains part of the overall billing. Let's just go look at the Vercel pricing page to see what they're charging. That's firewall. $0.60 per million requests. So we make section for request cost. Vercel is 60 per 1 mil requests. Cloudflare does charge for this. That's durable object costs. Where is workers? SKV. $0.30 per additional million. So if we go through and compare these numbers, I would guesstimate that it averages out to Vercel being, worst case, about 2x more expensive. And that sounds terrible just upfront, saying like, yeah, switch from Vercel to Cloudflare and cut your costs in half. I'll drop some real numbers I probably shouldn't. Our compute costs on Vercel for Cloudflare, I'll drop some numbers that I probably shouldn't. Our compute costs on Vercel are, let me do some math in my head. They're about 1/16 of just our bill with Gemini. If you add all of the other inference that we're doing, it's probably... Am I doing that math wrong? Give me a sec. 80. Yeah, actually, I did some really bad math there. It's Sorry, retake on that bit. I'm going to drop a number that I probably shouldn't. The ratio of our Gemini bill to our Vercel bill right now, and this is before all these changes were made, it's 1 to 40. Our Gemini bill is 40 times higher than our Vercel compute bill. If you add all of our other inference, it's closer to 1/80th. And this is fluid compute costs. It's a massive gap. So again, like, because these workloads tend to be expensive, but not just for the compute, for all these other things, that gap doesn't matter as much as it seems. Like a 2x here might feel really big. It is not, because remember when I said it was like 100x difference on net CPU to not? Let's say it's the same gap here. We'll say it's 50x. What's going to happen for us is, again, if we look at the Gemini bill, it's going to be a 50x difference. Our bill is now going to be 1/400th of our, not Gemini bill, of our inference bill. I would expect after these changes are implemented and we can run it, that our inference bill for actually paying Gemini, OpenAI, and everybody else will be 400 times higher than our compute bill. And if we switch to Cloudflare, it could be as good as 800 times, but we would be giving up node compatibility. We'd be giving up things like image compression on the same server. We'd be giving up a bunch of the convenience around how we deploy, how we run things on Vercel, how we manage domains, and how we do all these other things. It's a decent difference there, especially when you consider how much higher the RAM limitations are, how much faster the compute is, and all these other things. There's no, like, the argument is no longer you use Vercel until it's too expensive, then you move to Cloudflare. Now it's, is the benefits of Vercel worth a roughly 2x gap to you? There are benefits and negatives to all of this. They're both very compelling options now. And the Vercel doesn't make sense at a certain scale thing is kind of killed by this. Vercel's platform now is close enough to costs, as long as this is implemented as generously as they have implied through their posting. The cost gap here is nowhere near as bad as it used to be. It is comically less bad. I also saw some speculation trying to understand, like, or I saw some speculation about how Vercel uses middleware and edge stuff. They did actually formally kill edge workers in middleware today. You still have the middleware file, it just runs on Vercel's compute engine instead. They did briefly play around with the worker they did briefly play around with the worker D model from Cloudflare as like the thing that would run on the edge, but it had its benefits and negatives, as most things do, and they slowly moved off of it. Yet they're managing to replicate the awesome billing characteristics of that model inside of more traditional compute engines, which is really cool. A different way to think about this is you're paying around a 2x premium for way faster CPU and actual node compat. This isn't even including the developer experience wins. This isn't even including the cool things the Vercel platform does, all the other stuff. You're effectively paying 2x more for your CPU to run faster, for node compatibility, and yes, for DX stuff that I think is valuable and really nice. Previously, this was closer to 100x difference, so that's a nice change. And that's just one of the things Vercel announced today. Let's cover all of the others before we get too sidetracked on that. Okay, active CPU billing. Awesome. Gonna need to make a new section down here so I don't get too distracted. Well, next is sandboxing for code. This is a really fun one. And funny enough, Cloudflare also announced their solution for this. Well, they announced that the thing that they just dropped is their solution for it. So sandboxing for code. Let me close all these other things. Cool. Can somebody get me the post from Cloudflare about running untrusted code in containers so I have that for reference? Thank you, Negative. That was real fast, damn. Run untrusted code with Vercel Sandbox. Vercel Sandbox is a secure cloud resource powered by Fluid Compute. It's designed to run untrusted code, like code generated by AI agents, in isolated and ephemeral environments. It's a standalone SDK that can be executed from any environment, including non-Vercel platforms. That's actually really cool. So if you're running on Cloudflare or you're running on, I don't know, Heroku or traditional AWS, and you need to just spin up some sandbox that is safe and isolated and won't screw up other things on your platform to run some generated code or user submitted code, this is like funny. I see chat already dropping eval. Yeah, it's like if eval was safe, which is really cool. Also, don't get me started on Cloudflare's node compatibility. The progress they made is awesome. It's not real Node. Do they support certain Node APIs in a compatible enough thing? Cool. But if you need Node, if you need something like, I don't know, FFmpeg or something that actually uses native code on the platform, Cloudflare can't do that at all. And don't get me fucking started on trying to run Sharp through WASM on Cloudflare. Remember that 10 megabyte limit? No, FFmpeg WASM on Cloudflare. No, that is not a thing. People have claimed they have done it. I have never gotten anybody to share code that actually works for it. It's all fucking made up. You cannot run actual workloads on Cloudflare that do things more complex than executing JavaScript. You cannot do it. Don't pretend you can. I'm tired of people pretending you can. You can't. They even know that. That's why they put out containers. Exactly. They have containers. They are not cheap. They are good. It's awesome that they have containers now to solve this problem. But I am so tired of people pretending, oh, you can just WASM it and then Cloudflare can do everything. No, it fucking can't. Anyways, untrusted code. They have an SDK for it, the Vercel Sandbox. It's really cool that they're integrating this at like an SDK level where you can create a sandbox, hand it a path or a buffer with code. Here we're taking this generated text, we are creating a buffer from it, and then running a command in that sandbox. Command node arg script.js, tell it where to pass the standard out and standard error. That's really cool. This is really cool. Sandbox uses the Fluid Compute model and charges based on Fluid's new active CPU time, meaning you only pay for compute when actively using CPU. See CPU or see the sandbox pricing? Yeah, you get the idea. This is really cool. Did I save the Anthropic one? Yeah. So as I mentioned, Cloudflare just put out yesterday the open beta for their, what is it called? As I mentioned earlier, Cloudflare just announced their way to run Docker images and containers on Cloudflare. And it seems like today they rushed out this blog post on how to use code sandboxes with that. That looks similar. That's kind of funny that we got at Vercel/sandbox and at Cloudflare/sandbox within 3 hours of each other. Kind of funny. The race between Cloudflare and Vercel has never been so tight. These guys are tooth and nail fighting each other constantly now. And that's awesome because we are the ones who benefit the most at the end. The reason Vercel got so much cheaper is Cloudflare. The reason Cloudflare got containers is Vercel. The reason Vercel has sandboxes now is Anthropic. And the reason Cloudflare does is also Anthropic, to be fair. But yeah, like we are all moving forward now because these two platforms are competing so actively that we get better stuff. And of course, as I hinted at before, Anthropic also today dropped their similar thing. Build and share AI-powered apps with Claude. They added the ability to build, host, and share interactive AI-powered apps directly in the Claude app. Theirs is like a higher level thing where you can share a Claude chat and the artifact in it that is generated can be its own like mini app that you share with other people. Cool. Built on top of similar things. I wouldn't be surprised if they were actually using Cloudflare's solution here, or maybe even Vercel's. Probably Cloudflare's, though, knowing them. Yeah, it's cool. This is going to be a huge new wave. There's even startups that do this. Ben, what's the one that we're talking to right now? I'm trying to remember the name. Don't make me check my email for it. For the execution of code bit, we talked to them at World's Fair. Mark really liked them. The use case was to have a safe sandbox for MCP calls. It's not ArcJet. Let me check my inbox quick. Ah, found it. Cool. There are other platforms that already did this. I know Daytona decently well. We're considering using them both for T3 chat and also talking about potential sponsor in the future. Just full disclosure, I might work with them later. There are a lot of these types of solutions where you can call the Daytona SDK, create an instance for a given language, hand it some source code, in this case, code run, console log hello world, and then it can exec it, give you the response. This is a space that I expect to see getting more and more interesting over time because the need for these types of tools to make it easy to safely execute code are more and more valuable because AI can't really interact with the real world, but it can absolutely write code that does. So expect more of these things to start happening, and also for platforms like Vercel and Cloudflare to start pushing them more heavily. Being able to sandbox the space where your code runs in order for code that you don't trust to be able to run is going to be more important now than ever. And honestly, I'm slightly betting on Cloudflare for this one because they're deep in the zero trust world. It's a huge part of their product and platform. So the idea of running untrusted code is something that I think fits them very well. You can also tell this blog post was rushed out because they didn't even put a space here. They did on the others. But it's very clear this was an announcement they were probably working on already, but they rushed out this post in order to stay on top of Vercel's announcements. Cool. So that's sandboxing. Next, we have queues. In queues, I'm actually really excited about. Funny enough, it's one of the things I think Netlify was really ahead on. Huge fans of what Netlify was focused on here because it's important work, especially for like long run generation tasks that don't have partial steps. Like if you're doing an image gen or deep research or something that just takes a long time to go, having compute running for that whole time sucks. On Cloudflare, since you're only built for the net CPU and it can run for an effectively infinite duration, it wasn't too big a deal. You can just spin up a thing and let it sit and wait for a while. But we're actually having problems right now where certain models like a O3 Pro can take so long to run. We don't have O3 Pro and T3 chat as a thing any user can just use. You have to bring your own API key because it's so expensive. The problem that we've seen is that for a handful of users, it times out. And it's timing out because our functions only run for 800 seconds. That's just the value that we have hard-coded on them. We can bump it higher, and I think the new fluid compute changes mean we can bump it even higher. But if the request takes 15 minutes to resolve and we don't have enough duration for that, that sucks. It'd be a lot nicer if we could queue up an action and then when it is done, run the code to persist it and show the user the result. Queues are really helpful for these workloads that have to wait for a long time and to do literally nothing. So you don't even need to deal with the memory allocation in that time. This is a limited beta, to be fair. This is one of the earlier products, which after some of the experiences I've had with Vercel scares me. Some of these early products are fully flushed out and ready to go. Others aren't at all. I usually try to gut feel it with them. And also I look at what other customers are moving over before I make my own decisions here. But here's what they have to say. It's a message queue service built for Vercel applications in limited beta. Lets you offload work by sending tasks to a queue where they'll be processed in the background. So users don't have to wait for slow operations to finish during a request, and your app can handle retries and failures more reliably. It's kind of like temporal, which is crash-proof code. It lets you create workflows around all of the code that you write. So if some part fails, you can rerun it. It's like an infra-level effect type thing. And there's also ingest. I tried working with in the past. Seemingly really good product. Not the easiest to interact with, but very promising stuff. Really good DX. not very type safe initially. They might have finally fixed that, but it wasn't at the time. But these are durable workflow and durable workload platforms. And it seems like Vercel's decided that they're not worth investing in anymore. They want to make their own instead, which I fully understand. Those companies are weird. And now they're building their own thing instead. Oh, Trigger. I forgot about Trigger. They're actually awesome. I need to stop forgetting about Trigger.dev. These guys are really, really good, and they're awesome to interact with too. So again, this is a thing a lot of other places had implemented, but Vercel now has on platform. They even have these fancy dashboards where you can see how long each part takes. And obviously, they're leaning into AI, transcribe to video, transcribe audio, all those types of things. Generate content, runs, it has steps, it creates the text, it then creates an image, and returns the result. You can retry it, you can trace it, you can do all sorts of different things with it. Also a good use case for stuff like crons. You get the idea. Queues and like workflow and workload durability solutions are important. It's cool seeing them building them into Vercel directly. Under the hood, Vercel Queues uses an append-only log to store messages and ensure tasks such as AI video processing, sending emails, or updating external services are persisted and never lost. Key features: PubSub. So it's topic-based messaging allowing for multiple consumer groups. Streaming support. Handle payloads without loading them entirely into memory. Ooh, that's very interesting, actually. Streamlined auth, which is annoying to set up right. Cool that they did that. And a TypeScript SDK with full type safety. I think Trigger has that. None of the rest do. That's a really cool thing. Send and receive are from Vercel/Q. Send topic, message, receive topic, consumer m.message. Awesome. I do not know how they made this type safe. I would want to see how this stuff is defined so that we know what m's shape is there. But yeah, it's early access. So you have to sign up for Vercel community and express interest in order to see more. Yeah, cool stuff. I want to see a lot more before I highly recommend it. Until then, I would personally recommend Trigger, but all the options are pretty good. Ooh, Phase, cut this back to the sandbox section when we were looking at the code, ideally. Here's the docs for the sandbox. So you can see the type of stuff you have control of for it. In this code below, you'll set up a sandbox. Can I have that? Cool. In this code below, you'll set up a sandbox with 4 virtual CPUs that uses Node 22 runtime and will do all of the following. Clones the GitHub repo for a next app, installs the deps, runs the next server, listens on port 3000, open it, sandbox domain in a browser, and stream logs to your terminal. Sandbox will stop after the timeout of 5 minutes that we set. Cool. Source. This is the source that we want it to pull from. Type git. Resource, vCPUs 4. You could also probably set memory and stuff like that there. Timeout, milliseconds, 5 minutes. This is their fancy helper for converting a string to milliseconds. So 5 minutes is for 300,000 milliseconds. Cool. Ports, 3000 to open that port. Runtime, Node 22. We then run commands. We run the npm install command, std_error, std_out to pass it. Install.exit code is not 0. That means it failed. We log that it failed, process.exit. Starting the dev server, sandbox.run command, npm run dev, same deal, detached to true. Set a timeout, spawn, open, sandbox.domain 3000. Cool. That's actually really nice. Good stuff. There's a ton of potential in the sandbox platform. I'm excited. Thank you. Sorry, Face. I'm sure you could figure that out fine. Okay. So that is queues. Next is another one that feels tailor-made for me. Their CAPTCHA killer. I'm not going to say my previous CAPTCHA video is an essential watch, but I think it's a pretty damn good watch. If you haven't, definitely check it out. If you appreciate content like that, hit that sub button. Less than half of you have. It costs you nothing. Mine as well, right? Anyways, the CAPTCHA killer product I've been told about for a bit. By the time they were hitting me up to try it, though, I'd already made the move to HCAPTCHA and was really happy. That said, none of the major CAPTCHA solutions, those being Turnstile, reCAPTCHA, and HCAPTCHA, none of them even have an NPM package, much less like a modern full stack TypeScripty dev experience, they all expect you to embed a random script in your page and manage all of the data and loading states and everything yourself, the partial states for invisible versus visible and all of that. The things that I want out of a CAPTCHA specifically are the following. I want a good invisible mode where most people will never see the CAPTCHA or even know one is running. I want low false positives, meaning I don't want a lot of users getting failed. I ideally don't want any users being failed when they are real users or real humans on a real browser. I want good DX. Specifically, I want an NPM package that knows what React is. And don't get me started on the random open source packages for something like reCAPTCHA, because they're all entirely unmaintained and garbage. I want type safety, different error states handled, and I guess this is kind of DX, but it's also just a general desire, promotion to visible CAPTCHA on fail. This is a big deal. HCAPTCHA has a thing for this. They call it the 99.9% invisible. HCAPTCHA is a thing for this. They call it 99.9% passive, which means for most users, most of the time, they'll never see a CAPTCHA. But if they fail to validate them before it passes the token to you, then they will pop up a CAPTCHA challenge for the user for them to pass and then give you the new token that's generated from that instead. If I want to do that with reCAPTCHA, I have to myself run the invisible CAPTCHA, validate that separately, and if the validation fails, send that state back down to the client to tell the user's device, hey, you failed our CAPTCHA check. Can you try it again, but with a visible CAPTCHA? So I have to manage all of those partial states, all of the piping back and forth, and also keep myself from accidentally building something that is really useful for bots to test against. And that's the worst part, is it's very easy if you implement your own progressive CAPTCHA layer where it promotes, or I guess demotes you from invisible to visible. You might have just accidentally created a system where people can test their CAPTCHA workaround bots. Not fun in the slightest. Not fun at all. I wouldn't wish this shit on my worst enemy. I've been through it with CAPTCHAs. I'm done. So let's see how Vercel's stacks up. Introducing Bot ID, invisible bot filtering for critical routes. Modern and sophisticated bots don't look like bots. They execute JS, solve CAPTCHAs, and navigate interfaces like real users. Tools like Playwright and Puppeteer can script human-like behavior from page load to form submission. Traditional defenses like checking headers or rate limits aren't enough. Bots that blend in by design are hard to detect and expensive to ignore. Just to emphasize the point here, HCAPTCHA pricing, $1 per 1,000 verifications. Bright Data's HCAPTCHA solver at the highest tier, $0.05 per 1,000 solves. You pay 5 cents more per 1,000 to work around an HCAPTCHA than I as the developer pay to serve you one, which is really funny when you think about it. So yeah, take that as you will. Having something that's more resilient is cool. That said, depends on how expensive each request is. If a request by a bot sneaks through, how much value are they getting and how much money does it cost you? If they're getting less than $1.05 per 1,000 requests of value working around your CAPTCHAs, then it doesn't matter. But if they are, you might need something more strict. This is where Bot ID comes in. It's a new layer of protection. Think of it as an invisible CAPTCHA to stop browser automation before it reaches your backend. It's built to protect critical routes where automated abuse has real cost, like checkouts, logins, signups, APIs, or actions that trigger expensive backend operations like LLM-powered endpoints. And this is so much nicer. Check bot ID, is bot equals await check bot ID. If is bot, deny. No configure tuning required. Install a package, set up rewrites, mount the client, and verify requests server side. I want to see what the setup rewrites part does. Let's read through how this works first. Bot ID is available in 2 modes, basic and deep analysis, which adds advanced detection checks. Detection starts at the session level. Bot ID injects lightweight, obfuscated code into the requester's environment that evolves on every load and is designed to resist replay, tampering, and static analysis. It runs invisibly with no captures or changes to the user experience. This is funny because the previous examples they had were like verify with Vercel, and they had a little thing that would appear in the UI, and I explained why I hate that, and I'm assuming others did because it doesn't seem like there's any UI at all with this. That is cool. Unlike traditional defenses, bot ID doesn't rely on static signals like user agent headers or IP ranges, which are easy to fake and become outdated. It also avoids more intrusive methods like CAPTCHAs, heuristics, and reputation scores, which can frustrate or block real users. Instead, bot ID counters the most advanced bots by silently collecting thousands of signals, mutating detection logs on every load to prevent reverse engineering and making spoofing difficult, feeding attack patterns into global machine learning networks that continuously improve protections. Fast, reliable, built for devs, server-side verification, takes a single function call, yada yada, no API keys to manage, that's really nice. No score thresholds to tune, that is so nice. One of my favorite things about HCAPTCHA, you don't have to determine what is or isn't human yourself. There's a little chart on the reCAPTCHA dashboard that you can move left to right for how strict you want to be, because you have to give it a number between 0 and 1 for how strictly you want to filter out users. They recommend 0.7 to 0.8. We lost like 5+% of our requests if we went above 0.3, which meant that we were almost certainly letting in some bots, which sucks, but reCAPTCHA was not fun. Deep analysis powered by Casada. This is the partner that they worked with. Again, Vercel is not hesitant to pull in a third party where it makes sense, even if that third party doesn't know how to do layouts on small screens. That is funny. Anyways, they are the core platform for the automated threat detection stuff. Supposedly they're really good. From what I've seen, they are not easy to set up, and you're expected to sign a pretty crazy deal with them because they don't even show pricing. Yeah, they really want you to sign a deal with them, not just go and sign up yourself on the site, which is cool that Vercel is the one that's going to take the hit here for us, make that partnership, and then give it to us at a reasonable rate that's much more transparent. No separate service sign up for, just install the package to find the routes you want it on and deploy. Enterprise grade defenses, they've been using it for things like V0 for a while. Cool. Design for teams with targeted automation that slips past conventional defenses. It's available now for all teams. I want to see how they are handling the rewrite bit, because that was very interesting to me. Okay, we have to wrap our next config with bot ID. Oh, this is so that ad blockers won't break the script loads. This is similar to the workarounds I have to do for analytics and such. Or you can manually rewrite. Oh God, these are some URLs. These are going to start getting blocked on things. People are going to be pissed. I know how this back and forth goes with ad blocks. That'll be fun. Bot ID client. Protected routes, API sensitive, checkout and sign up. And then we have their component that they provide from bot ID/client. You pass it the config with the routes that you want to protect. And now it knows to automatically add on any request to those routes the right header information so it can verify the user. Check out bot ID, or check bot ID on the routes configured in the bot ID client component. If you don't have the component or the protected route in the component, that will fail. Makes sense. The one thing that's annoying here is it doesn't seem to have the granular level of config for if you want to skip the verification on a paid user, but you want to do it on a free user. This doesn't have the right heuristics to enable that, which is a little annoying. I get why it doesn't, but it'd be nice if it did. And then in the route, you just call check bot ID. It will handle grabbing from the request and doing everything else it needs to. My hesitations here are that if you're not using Vercel, or more importantly, you're not using Next, this needs request data. So you'd have to pass it request, and it doesn't seem like they offer that. So this is a very tied to Vercel solution. Server actions, same deal. You just call chatbot ID. Pricing. Here's where we are. Basic, all plans, free. Deep analysis for Pro and Enterprise costs $1 per 1,000 requests. Okay, interesting. So the basic check is always free for everyone. Huh. That makes this way more compelling, actually. That's interesting. Okay, I think I see what they're doing here. They show this off as 2 modes, but what this actually is 2 products. Basic is their turnstile killer. Because Cloudflare doesn't charge for turnstile, at least not traditionally. They let you create a certain number of widgets, which are certain sites and configurations that a widget is allowed to be used on. And it doesn't charge based on how much usage it gets. So for free and cheap services that need to make sure that they're not getting abused, Turnstile was a really good option, even though their false positive rates, especially invisible, this freeness made Turnstile a really compelling option for services that had a lot of use and made very little, if any, money from their users. But it also had an insane false positive rate, and especially in invisible mode. It was basically unusable in invisible mode. So you were either giving Cloudflare free branding and reach by showing the Cloudflare logo on the UI, or you had a 15% chance that a real user's request failed. Not worthwhile, even for free. I found this to be rough. And then you have to be enterprise if you need more than 20, and then if you need more than 20 widgets or 15 host names, you have to be on an enterprise plan, which is contact sales pricing. So you know how that goes. There's a lot. Turnstile is quite possibly my least favorite Cloudflare product. I've played with most of them for something at this point, and Turnstile is the hardest by far for me to recommend. It supposedly got better after we tried, but it was so bad when we tried that I cannot in good faith recommend it unless you really need free. And now I still can't, because Basic, which almost certainly works better than Turnstile, is free on Cloudflare. And now I basically can't recommend Turnstile because Basic mode on Vercel's bot ID for all plans is free and integrates way better too. So this is a really compelling, Turnstile destroyed option. If this existed when we built the CAPTCHA system for T3 chat, we almost certainly would have used it. Deep analysis is meant to compete with reCAPTCHA and HCAPTCHA and more advanced solutions like what WorkOS is doing with Radar and whatnot. And this price of $1 per 1,000 requests is perfectly matched to HCAPTCHA and reCAPTCHA. They both cost pretty much exactly the same. This makes so much sense. For something like us, I could see us setting the basic tier for most routes and then the deep analysis tier for chat generation, for example. Yeah, this makes so much sense. Is there a place where you can turn on deep analysis at a code level? Let me see. Firewall config. Okay, that's annoying. The bot ID has to be turned on basic or deep analysis at a project level. I hate that. Vercel, I know somebody's watching or will watch later. Fix that. Give me the ability in this config where I'm actually defining the routes here to pick if it is deep analysis or normal. I should be able to choose here. And then, of course, I'd have to specify when I call here, on the check bot ID call, I'd have to put deep : true or something. Give me a big error if I have the wrong config on either side. But that's, I think, a relatively trivial change that will make this way more compelling, where for most routes I can use basic and the expensive ones I can use for that. Oh shit, Mulroy's here. Thank you so much, Dylan. Definitely send that to them. That's an easy win that'll make this go from really good to the only reasonable option. I would even consider moving, and I've been through hell with CAPTCHAs. That would be enough for me to reconsider. Good stuff. That's a very compelling change, and another one of those things like, I am so excited for a year or two from now where the pain I had to go through with CAPTCHAs just feels archaic and wrong. The same way that like configuring a big Webpack config now just is funny because we've moved past that problem as an industry, but it was so real at the time. Let me do some banning quick. Yeah. So this is one of the most compelling things they've done. I'm excited for a future where people don't have to think about and set up CAPTCHAs like this anymore. Can't wait for us to get there. And if we go through this list, good invisible mode, they only have invisible mode. Low false positives, seems like it's really good according to the numbers I've seen from them and from the partner, Casada, right? Yeah, from their partner, it seemed really good. Good DX, looks the best DX I've seen so far by quite a bit. They're not handling the different error states the ways I would want to. I'm sure like you have to send the error back yourself and show it to the user. It'd be nice if they made it easier to handle those. I still want promotion to a visible CAPTCHA because there will always be some type of user that like really needs to have a visible CAPTCHA verification because they're on a weird browser on a weird OS with a VPN. I don't want to restrict those users, but I want them to put the work in. You get the idea. Oh, Resend just removed Cloudflare Turnstile for their sign-in, and it's cleaner and their login is 2x faster. I'm almost positive that they just moved to the new thing that Vercel put out. I would be surprised if it wasn't that. Oh yeah, here we are. 6 hours ago, Vercel announced this new feature. They implemented it. Same bot protections, testing, push to production. Not only does it declutter login, it cuts our login times in half. Huge. That's awesome. Good stuff. It makes the code so much simpler too. Yeah, if you've implemented reCAPTCHA 2 or even reCAPTCHA 3 before, you know how rough they can be to set up. This is super compelling. Arguably the most compelling thing that they launched for most developers of most services. Really cool. And now we are at the last thing Vercel dropped. The AI Gateway. They've been talking about this for a bit, but it officially shipped today in beta. So what is the AI Gateway? A single endpoint to access a wide range of AI models across providers with better uptime, faster responses, and no lock-in. Now in beta, you can use models from providers like OpenAI, xAI, Anthropic, Google, and more. You can do usage-based billing from the provider listed prices, bring your own key, improved observability, including per model usage, latency, and error metrics, simplified authentication, fallback, and provider routing for more reliable inference, really big deal, and the higher throughput and rate limits. I'm going to drop a couple hot takes. Anthropic is the worst way to use Anthropic models. Hear me out. Oh shit, huge raid from Alta4. Thank you so much for the raid, guys. For those who don't know, I'm Theo. I film YouTube videos live on Twitch with a cool audience. Today we're talking about all the stuff Vercel just dropped, as well as the Gemini CLI in a little bit. Good to see you, Alta4. Hope all is well. Also good to see you, Tovin, from the Open Router side. Very good time for you to show up, I agree. So, the start of the hot takes. Anthropic is the worst way to use Anthropic models. What do I mean when I say this? There are a couple ways that a model provider can fail you. The ones that I care about the most are reliability. How often do requests succeed versus failing? How often does the service actually go down and just be unable to resolve entirely? How often does it error for random reasons? All those types of things. Like on a scale from planet scale to neon, where does it fall? And then the other really big one, rate limits. You have no idea how hard and obnoxious it is to get Anthropic to bump your rate limits, no matter how big a customer you are, no matter how many connections you have, no matter how many YouTube subscribers you have. None of those things matter. You need to just have somebody at Anthropic that likes you enough to bump you up in their queue for allocation. Or even funnier, weirder things, we had a pretty high allocation for Claude 3.7 Sonnet because we pushed them hard over and over again to let us do more requests per minute and more requests per hour on Anthropic because people wanted to use these models. And it's not like we're not paying for them. We're asking them to let us spend more money. They have 4 tiers of customer that are defined by how much money you spend and you getting promoted internally to be a certain tier. Claude Sonnet 4 on the base tier can do maximum 50 requests per minute, which sounds like a decent bit until you realize it's 20K tokens per minute in and 8,000 tokens per minute out. One user's request can be up to 100,000 tokens in. So one user can saturate this for 5 minutes with one request. Actually entirely unusable for real workloads. So you need to bump up this tier list before you get somewhere usable. And even then, 80,000 token per minute maximum on tier 3. I was trying to find how. Yeah. The tiers are, again, based on how much money you spend and when you get like the bump pressed. Tier 4 requires that you're spending 5,000 a month or more. And then you're like forced onto custom tiers where they might or might not bump these limits for you. So we had Claude 3.7 bumped relatively high because we were one of the bigger promoters of the model when it dropped. I did my YouTube video and everything, and I bugged them, and they gave us higher allocation. And then Sonnet 4 dropped, and we are at, obviously, tier 4. 200K tokens in, that is 2 requests per minute. Even if we can do 4,000 requests per minute, if our input token limit's 200K and 2 people hit 100K on 2 messages, that's 2 messages a minute. That's horrible. That's terrible. That's entirely unusable for us. Like we regularly blast through the tier 4 limits. And once it's custom, you need to get on an enterprise plan and do the sales dance back and forth and everything. It's hell, miserable. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. So what do? If the rate limits on Anthropic's API are this terrible and negotiating with them is horrible, and the other third point, this one really annoys me, cost negotiations. When you're doing a certain level of throughput on anything, you can usually negotiate down the rate and get a discount. If we had committed with Anthropic to do, this isn't NDA, right? Yeah, there's no way this is NDA. I didn't sign anything. If we committed with Anthropic to do 20K a month of committed spend, so we literally spend 20K a month for just credits. If we go over, we can spend more. But if we don't have that, we have committed to spending that much regardless. They'll give us a discount. The discount, if we agree to a 20%, or the discount we would get if we agree to 20K a month, that is $240,000 a year, 5%. We get a 5% discount for agreeing to an absurd level of spend. So all of these things with Anthropic suck. The reliability is garbage, especially when new models drop, especially when Cursor ships new features. Rate limits make it literally unusable. And the cost negotiations are not a real benefit. The way that they would prevent the things I'm about to talk about is if they made the negotiations and the rates that you can get there way friendlier and easier to do. But they won't do that because they're kind of insane. And here is where the problems start. Reliability is rough. I'm going to actually check my LinkedIn because I know I did this. I know I posted about this there. it'll be the easiest way for me to find the post because I don't post there as much. Where is it? Okay. Okay, I can't find my screenshot, but I had screenshots of how bad the fail rate was on drop. When Claude 4 dropped, Opus had a 15% success rate from the official APIs. Sonnet was heavily rate limited, and Bedrock and Vertex were not supporting it yet. Wait, Bedrock and Vertex? Isn't this a Claude model? Yeah. One of the really fun things that Anthropic did is that they made a deal with both Google and AWS to allow them to host the models at the same rate that Anthropic does. So you can, if you really want to keep your models inside of AWS or GCP, because that's where all your other spend is, you can go ahead and use Anthropic's models there. You just have to pay Google instead. And I'm sure Google gets some level of discount, but they are forced to charge the same rate so that they're not undercutting Anthropic as part of their deal. Makes a ton of sense. I get why they do that. But where things get interesting is when we look at reliability and rate limits. Do you know what's really reliable? Do you know what doesn't really care about rate limits? AWS. Do you know what's kind of reliable and is not really aware of what rate limits are except for on AI Studio, which is a whole separate rant for another time? Google Cloud. So what if we could use the best of all of these? What if we could have Anthropic models what if we could use the Anthropic API when it's up, but if it's having problems, just auto route over to Gemini? Or what if we could use Anthropic models on Anthropic service when it's up? When it's down, we could just take the same request and do it on Google's infrastructure or Amazon's infrastructure. This is what OpenRouter does. If we look for Claude Sonnet here, Claude 4, you can see they have a couple different providers. They actually, believe it or not, default to Google Vertex US because it's faster than Anthropic's APIs. It's almost twice as fast. And I've been considering moving our Anthropic usage over to OpenRouter. This is just confirmed for me that I will be doing that because we will immediately see a nearly 2x speed improvement, as well as like the same. Now I'm almost certainly going to move us to OpenRouter because we'll get a 2x speed improvement at the same cost and better reliability because when other things go down, it will just route to the right place. It's a really good platform. And since OpenRouter's already negotiated with all of these providers to get through the rate limits to the best of their ability, since they're spreading the traffic across all of these different providers, and they let you bring your own API key for the ones you want to, all of that together ends up making OpenRouter a really compelling platform for running Anthropic models. I can't recommend that you use the Anthropic API when you could use OpenRouter instead, because you'll, for the same price, get faster responses, way better reliability, and not have to worry about rate limits. That's a phenomenal deal. And if you bring your own key for Anthropic models and then the Anthropic API is down, you can have it configured to fall back to Google and use credit through OpenRouter instead of your own Anthropic credits on your own Anthropic account. It's really nice. These platforms like OpenRouter make all the sense in the world, and I would expect long term for these guys to win because Anthropic and Amazon and Google are too busy competing with each other to do this themselves. Do you know who doesn't care what cloud is behind their compute, though? Vercel. They don't give a shit where this compute is running because they're not competing in the GPU world. Vercel is not spinning up server farms with a bunch of GPUs in them. They don't care. So Vercel, and of course in this case OpenRouter, they don't have to worry about which place the traffic is routed to. They don't care as long as you get a response more reliably than you would otherwise with lower latency and higher throughput as well, which is really cool. Makes so much sense. So Vercel seems to have woken up to this reality and realized, oh, we could be that in between because Vercel doesn't care about where the model's being hosted. They're not a model host. It doesn't matter to them. They are effectively commoditizing the places where the GPUs run. The same way with AWS, you don't care which server warehouse your stuff is running on. You don't care if your CPU's Intel or AMD or whatever. The abstraction is a layer higher. This abstraction is a layer higher too. We also have somebody from OpenRouter hanging out here. While they do have some rate limits, but for 99.999% of their users, it's essentially 0. And that's the rate limit from Anthropic. But they can also route your traffic other places, so it barely matters. Is there public documentation on the rate limits on OpenRouter? Yeah, that's the key. Yeah. They don't have per user rate limits. Theoretically, if enough people are doing a ton of traffic on OpenRouter at the same time, they could hit rate limits with their providers, but it effectively never happens, and you're hooking into someone else's rate limit stuff. And even then, if you bring your own API key, you get around that too. Wrong place. Yeah. So let's see what Vercel's up to here. Oh, yeah. Pretty much exact same thing as what OpenRouter is building. Generally speaking, if there's a company that's all in on a thing that is complex enough to have a lot of moving parts, and a company that's spinning up the equivalent on the side, I tend to think the team that's focused on it fully is going to win. You can look at something like Vercel Blob versus Upload Thing. Even though Vercel built Next.js and is like the lead of good TypeScript developer experience stuff, Upload Thing's a way better experience and has way happier users than Blob does. It's also more production ready, scales better. We built Upload Thing for a reason. It's because I wasn't happy with the solutions. Even though Vercel put out Blob around the same time, ours was better, we won. I think this is going to happen here too, where OpenRouter has a team of incredibly talented devs working super hard to make the best distributed experience for making inference happen. Vercel has it as a checkbox you can go hit in their UI and use it there. I don't see a world where their AI gateway beats out OpenRouter. But it could happen. It's cool that they offer it, and having yet another way to circumvent having to use the opener. I'm all for it. And having yet another way to circumvent the borderline extortion that is the Anthropic developer experience, trying to provision those models. I'm okay with you putting your money anywhere that isn't directly Anthropic at this point, because their platform is so rough to work with. So if you are using Claude models, please use OpenRouter or AI Gateway, or even just deploy on Bedrock or GCP directly. I don't care what you go with. Just know that the Anthropic experience trying to use those models via the API, it's going to bite you in the ass, and it's going to do it a lot. Yeah. I think that's everything. What a set of ships, though. Like, how much stuff did we just have to cover? That's crazy. Vercel hasn't shipped this much in a year in a long time, much less on one day. It was a very good day to be a Vercel customer, and I wish these things existed before. I'm very happy they do now. They're going to save me a bunch of time and money and a lot of frustrations going forward. And they might even save me some users if their CAPTCHA solution has fewer frustrating moments for those users. I am very excited about this. Oh, actually, there's a couple. Phase, sneak in these last things before that outro there. Actually, I'll keep filming the outro and then I'll go do the extra stuff. Yeah. What a ship. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Have that. Let's go get the extra stuff that someone just listed. I did miss a few things. So let's get the even more stuff, because there is a couple important fun things here. Let's grab it from chat. Thank you, guys. I saw the blog for 1 million chessboards. I love Nolan. We're hanging out when he's in town. Don't stop spamming me when I'm in the middle of filming something else if you don't want me to be pissed off and not cover the topic out of spite. Like, stop spamming me. How many times have you sent this while I'm covering this other thing? 4. Please don't spam me while I'm in the middle of filming. Anyways. Micro front ends. Retake on this like transition. I did actually miss a couple things, believe it or not, even after all of that. So let's just really quickly blast through those and wrap up. Rolling releases. This is awesome. Previously, if you wanted to spin up a new version of your app to a percentage of your users, you really couldn't. It was kind of an all or nothing thing. I ran into this a lot during the T3 chat beta, and we eventually just told users to go use the beta version to move traffic over by hand. It would have been really nice if I could have routed a percentage of our traffic to a different front end and back end. Not really realistic at the time. Yeah, this is super useful for those of us who want to do big overhauls. Again, it feels like they're building a lot of these based on the pain points I've experienced. Also, that's a familiar profile picture. Dimitri's the guy who did the TypeScript Doom thing. Lunatic. Cool to see him popping up and stuff like this. Next, we have everyone's favorite topic, micro front ends. Micro front ends are proof that Vercel is now a big company because they almost certainly need this for themselves. The concept of micro front ends is instead of your components being files in a code base, think of them like packages. So a given component that is owned by a specific team can be updated, and you can update specific parts of the product without having to update the entire JS for everything. It means you can distribute everything from the framework choices to the build tools, pipelines, and all of that so that your UI is broken up into the logical parts based on your teams. If you've ever heard the phrase, you ship your org chart, micro frontends makes it possible to ship your org chart. And since most businesses eventually need to go in that direction, it makes a ton of sense. We absolutely should have found a way to do micro frontends at Twitch. Instead, we ended up with a gigantic repo with a single package JSON that sucks to work in. This is the solution to maintaining good DX at scale, but someone has to pay the piper and deal with those shit DX experiences at that scale. Micro frontends means that a couple people have to maintain it and have a shit experience so that everybody else can do what they want to do. And if you do it right, it's awesome. Vercel seems to now be embracing it and allow you to split large apps into smaller, independently deployable units that each team can build, test, and deploy on. Awesome. If you care a lot about this stuff, you should probably check out Zephyr Cloud. These guys are the gods of micro frontends. I helped them with the copy on the homepage. I love these guys. They were an early sponsor. Still chat with them all the time. Good crew. They get it. Chat with them if you really want to make a scalable front end. And finally, Vercel agents. I actually have no idea what this one is. Vercel agent now in limited beta. It's an AI assistant built into the Vercel dashboard that analyzes your app performance and security data. Focuses on observability, summarizing anomalies, identifying likely causes, and recommending specific action. Okay, so this looks at all of the data for your Vercel deployments and makes suggestions on things going on, from incidents to weird performance issues, and make suggestions. Really cool. Nice to see. Excited to see where this ends up. It's in limited beta, so it's going to be a bit, but it seems really promising. That's really funny. I left the Open Router dashboard open, and now it has an application side error. Turns out writing code is hard. If only they had the Vercel agent to tell them what went wrong here. Here's the error if you guys want it. Minified React error. Never mind, not useful. Anyways, you get the idea. What a set of things to ship. This is most I've seen Vercel ship in a very, very long time. Cut to me summarizing, if you can, their phase. Think you have everything you need. That was fun. Yo, phase, don't put that in the edit, thanks. Cool. Yeah, Cloudflare workers have the 128 megabyte RAM limits. Did not see Deno's new deploy stuff. I know Deno deploy was not great previously. Oh God, that is the worst layout shift I've ever seen on a website in my life. That was so bad. That makes it hard for me to care about the rest because that was so bad. Yeah, I blocked the Jira word because I thought it was funny. Oh, the Carpathy talk was awesome, and that happened before my last stream, but I watched it. It was really good. I'm tempted to make a video out of that, but I don't really know how I would. What's the viewership on it like? If it's over 1 mil, I'll actually consider it. Fuck! 1.1, that's right on the line. I hate that I'm good at like gauging levels of interest like that, but fuck me. I do this to myself. I know I said consider and I meant it, but still annoying. Oh shit, Tovin with the sub. Appreciate that a ton. Is this the like they're fighting one? Yes, I loved this. I have this bookmarked for when we cover it. This is almost certainly going to be worth making a video about. How long is the post? This looks really fun. I might do this today. I might do this another time, but the history of JS is absolutely video worthy. Cool. Oh shit, Taco Bandit with the gift subs. Really appreciate that. Did I miss a sub gift bomb? I'm so sorry if I did. Let me go through and thank everybody else that I missed. Oh God, I missed a ton of you guys. Let's blast through these quick. Just go with the flow with the Prime. Thank you for that. Nimbus Q Burner here made. Oh yeah, the Snapchat for AI thing. Hit me up not during stream. We got Dan with the 4 months. Appreciate that. Nimbus again. Flow and AI chatbot will be able to watch user videos. Terabytes daily of raw human content. It'll be crazy when AI is cheap enough to do that, but it's super expensive. XHD negative with the 26 months of support. Legend. Nimbus. Can I roast your project? Later. I have to film a ton. I can't do these things live. Like I have to maximize my live time because we are super behind on videos right now. And like it doesn't show me the number here anymore. I have like 100+ ideas for videos here that I want to start getting through, but we're getting too many ideas and too little recording done. Bent Signal with the resub. Zach and A, 6 months. I know it's good to see you, man. Paulie here with the Prime. Sky here with the 2 months of support. Miss Test with the 2 months as well. It's me, KLC, with the accidental 10 bomb. Akshay with the 11 months. Insanity later with the 38 months over 3 years. Reese here, happy to help you stay up to date. God damn it, you can't undo that. I thought I had the UI locked. That's so annoying. Whatever. Alt F4 with the 97 viewer raid. Appreciate each and every one of you for coming by. Thank you all so much. I with the tier 1. Joppy here with the Prime. Mr. Limos with the tier 1. Altovin with the sub. Taco gifting the 3 bomb. Alan here with the Prime. Taco throwing another gift. Nate McGrady with the resub. Oh, you can actually not hide your subscription here now because you aren't working on a competing, much worse live platform anymore. You need to change your banner though, man. Change it. The funniest thing you could do, Nate, change it to the Twitter bird. Do it. I dare you. If you're still here. Change it right now. Oh boy. Otaku Dev with the Prime. Base car here with the tier 3 fucking legend for 5 months. Appreciate y'all a ton. Ooh. 2017. You know what? I'll throw this in my maybe later box. How to be involved in the community without asking dumb questions? Ask less dumb questions. Actual answer though, like bring resources and useful things. Like little things like when I'm trying to find a link for something, if you happen to have seen it and you drop the link, I'll start associating you with value pretty quickly. What's this? I hate that I am forced to agree with Austin on a thing. What even is EO? Is it an AI thing? This is silly. Yeah, this seems really fucking petty. And I think they're going to get crushed. Did I miss any funding on YouTube? If it lets me load it. God, why is YouTube chat so YouTubey? It's so bad. Thing while door dashing. Yeah, sorry, thank you. Thank you guys. You're spamming this link. I'm scared. I didn't check if execute. Oh, this is the Fireship video. Cool. Happy that he already got one out. Doesn't seem like something I have a lot to say to cover on it. Just stupid. Like my video would be 5 minutes and I don't like doing 5-minute videos. I want to do things that like I can actually have something to add. I don't like covering the news. I like talking about what I think about the news. That's the point of my channel. Cool. Did that. These open. $10K stars already. Nice. Let's get this one started. How big am I on the Electron dev space? Industry practices. I haven't been big on Electron for like 6 or 7 years now, so I'm probably not the best person to talk about. You know I'm close with the CEO of Payload, and I was disclosed on this early, right? it's really cool, but I don't have like enough to say to make a video. It's interesting to see Figma making a play both in the open source space and in the CMS space. It makes a ton of sense for them. No worries, man. Just like don't have much to say on it. Do longer videos perform better? No, good videos perform better. And sometimes the longer videos are better. Oh, that is fun. Let me check some things real quick. Da-da-da. Uh, I need to check some other stuff quick. That'll keep open. Anything else can stay closed. Making sure all this is going according to plan. I'm trying to get them to bump our limits on Google so that we can ship Imogen. Okay. All good. I have everything I need to cover this. I am following Logan. Why is it saying follow back? I hate that bug. It gives me anxiety. No, I'm trying to put that. Cursor mobile app happening. Coming soon. That's exciting. Wish I had more people to put you in touch with. I'm just not that deep in the Electron world nowadays. We thank any subs that I missed while doing all that, and then we'll get started. Nate McGrady changes pick yet? I'll refresh and see if the cache busts. He did. Beautiful art. That's a real G there. The best the best ex Twitter employee post I've seen was Yaxine saying it feels so good to say tweet again. We got Narky with the Prime. Thank you for that. Base car, I think I got you. Regardless, appreciate you a ton. Taco Bandit, Otaku, love all you guys. We got Kako with the Prime. MHL with the gift sub. A-Rock with the 18 months of support. Thank you all so much. And Baze with the cheer too. Wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, Brown. Yep. Marker Gemini CLI. Let's do it. Another day, yet another CLI for doing AI code gen just dropped. I didn't think we would see Google participate in this race. I really didn't. But it seems like they're more and more scared of the things that are happening on the Anthropic side. They want to make sure they're ahead in every single possible way. the Gemini CLI just dropped, and it is really cool. Not only is it, I did not expect them to go full open source, but they did. They went so full on the full open source that if we take a look at the license on GitHub, the Apache 2 license, they didn't even fill out the copyright. They forgot to put in the year and the company name because this is clearly some type of like semi-rogue effort internally. They are going hard to make sure they get this out and they do it right. There's a lot to talk about here, both why they made this and how it works, but more importantly, where the Gemini CLI fits in the whole ecosystem of tools like it. There's a lot to dive into here, but as you can guess, Google's not paying me anything to cover this. In fact, using this is probably going to cost quite a bit of money. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. It seems really cool and like it features most of the things you would want it to do. I'm excited to dig through the code and play with it with you guys, but first we should see what they have to say. It's free and open source. Gemini CLI brings Gemini directly into developers' terminals with unmatched access for individuals. For devs, the command line interface, CLI, isn't just a tool, it's a home. The terminal's efficiency, ubiquity, and portability make it the go-to utility for getting work done. And as devs' reliance on the terminal endures, so does the demand for integrated AI assistance. That's why we're introducing Gemini CLI, an open-source AI agent that brings the power of Gemini directly into your terminal. It provides lightweight access to Gemini, giving you the most direct path from your prompt to our model. While it excels at coding, we built Gemini CLI to do so much more. It's a versatile, local utility you can use for a wide range of tasks, from content generation and problem solving to deep research and task management. We're also integrating Gemini CLI with Google's AI coding assistant, the Gemini Code Assist, so that all devs on free, standard, and enterprise Code Assist plans get prompt-driven AI-first coding in both VS Code and the Gemini CLI. It is cool seeing them embrace VS Code. I've never seen Google acknowledge the existence of competition as much as I have with the AI race. Like, they're not in the old diluted Google bubble where only they exist. They're actually acknowledging that people prefer to use VS Code over the crappy Google web-based interfaces. It's nice for them to acknowledge the existing standards instead of trying to invent their own thing. Even just them having an OpenAI compatible API that's officially documented shows how hard they are working to get this all right. Unmatched usage limits for individual devs. This is another one of those things that Google can do that I think's underrated. Not only do they have massive benefits with like their compute platform because they have their own CPUs and infrastructure for inference and for actually training models. Not only do they have the like platform everybody needs to host the models with and the apps and all these other parts and all the data too, they have a ton of money. That's one of the most underrated things you can have in the AI race, because it lets you spend more money training models. It lets you buy more hardware to have more provisioning so people don't go over limits. And it also means you can just hand out shit for free. It's one of the biggest problems that we have now with T3 chat is a lot of these providers are setting bad expectations where they are giving somebody a $20 a month sub, and if they abuse it, they can cost hundreds of dollars, and OpenAI will just eat it. Or in this case, Google will just eat it. I can tell you confidently that 1,000 requests per day costs Google money, especially if you're using the 1 million token context window. That's insane. That is absurd. That, like, let's just do out the cost here. Let's assume that the average request isn't even 1 million tokens. We'll say it is 200,000 tokens. So let's just say it's 200K tokens per request average. It's probably more than that if we're doing like your whole code base prompting. 1,000 requests per day. Let's go look at the Gemini costs. I know them off the top of my head, but just so you guys know I'm not bluffing. This is obviously with Pro. It's $2.50 for prompts over 200K tokens per million tokens. It's $1.25, so it's half if we're under 200K. There's a reason I picked 200K. You know what? We're going to change it so we're using the higher cost. So 200,001 tokens per request. So we're on the 250. That's $2.50 per 1 mil input. And it's 10, I believe, per mil out. Oh, it's 15 when it's over 200. Good thing I checked. $15 per 1 mil out. And to be clear, there will be a lot more input tokens than output tokens. I think they have a hard cap on how many output tokens per request. We'll just cut it at a random limit. We'll say input tokens is 200,001. We'll say 8,000 output tokens per request. So that ends up being 200,000. Well, this ends up being 200 million input tokens per day and 8 million output tokens. Let's do the math. That is $500 a day of input tokens. And $120 out. Do you see how hard they are fucking the competition here? Google said, you know what? We don't know how much people will use this. We're going to put such insanely generous limits that they can do whatever they want to. We'll just eat the cost. That is $620+ for a reasonable use case if you're actually hitting the 1,000 requests a day on it. That's insane. That is insane. If they squeezed that into like the $200 tier or something, it would still be really generous. This is free of charge using the free Gemini Code Assist license. That's insane. That's absurd. I see people saying that's not the price, that's the cost that they make sure you subtract the profit. What do you think the multiplier is on something that's based on like the GPU utilization? Why did that go there? How much profit margin do you think Google has on inference? It's not much. These things cost money to run. We know that because we have good open source models too, and they're expensive as hell to run as well. Best case, Google's profit margin is 50% on their traditional costs. I would guess it's lower. There's almost no way it's higher. So even if you factor in Google's cut that they're not taking here, 250, 60, that's still $300 a day on a free tier account. It's insane to think that this just is magically erased because it's their costs. It's absurdly generous for end users, but it's also absurdly, I don't want to say absurdly hostile, but it's quite hostile to competition. When we had to change T3 Chat's billing, or when we had to change 2.5 Pro to be a premium model, because we looked at the cost and it was our second most expensive model per request, not total, per request. The average message to Gemini cost a lot of money for 2.5 Pro. Enough that if you used even 300 requests on it, you're way over the $8 a month you spent. In fact, doing 100 requests with 2.5 Pro can get you pretty close to that $8 mark. So we had to make it a premium model. And a bunch of people responded with, why would I do that when I get a bunch of 2.5 Pro requests for free from AI Studio? I get it. I understand. AI Studio is a terrible experience, and you don't think they're going to keep these deals and prices around? No, this is the embrace, extend, extinguish strategy. This is the price your competition out. And it's cool that Google's aware enough of the competition to do this, but this is a direct response to what Claude did with the Claude Code $200 plan. Yeah. Since Anthropic introduced the Max plan, which is 20x Pro usage, this plan allows you to use Claude Code, as far as I know, effectively unlimited. You said 900 messages with Claude every 5 hours, or approximately 200 to 800 prompts with Claude Code every 5 hours. So if we take even like the lower tier here, 200 every 5 hours. That's 960 requests per day. Weird how close that is to 1,000. It's almost like Anthropic's paying close attention to this. So that's 960 requests a day at the 200. Remember, it's 200 to 800, so it could actually be more depending on where you end up falling in that. We're going to assume 200 because we're going to assume a large context size. Anthropic's models are way lower context window size, so we have to max it probably at like 100K tokens input. And we'll do the same 8,000 tokens output. It's 350 per 1 mil in, and it's 15 per 1 mil out. Let me make sure I got that right. Oh, it's $3 and not $3.50. My bad. So $3 per 1 mil in, 15 per 1 mil out. That is 960 million requests, or that's 960 million input tokens a day. Wait, where did I do my math wrong that that's coming out so different? Oh, it's 96 million input tokens a day. $8 million output tokens a day. Ends up being $288 for the input. And it's the same output pricing. So it's the same 120 for the output. This is the daily price, remember. Assuming you actually hit these limits every day, and since it's a 5-hour window, like you're not even sleeping, you're just prompting more over and over, you can multiply these times 30 days, and you end up with a really scary number. 288 plus 120. Yeah. 300 times 30 days in a month. That's $9,000 a month that could theoretically cost if you were to just use the API directly instead. But you can get that for just $200 a month because Anthropic is both giving you more than you're paying for because they have the budget to eat that. And obviously, they have the profit margins too. The reason that they're doing this is they want to get people so hooked on the Anthropic models and products and everything that if they have to increase prices in the future, or ideally, they can lower the cost of running their models, they get people used to paying this much, they can win long term. So we went from Cursor costing $20 a month with overage fees to Anthropic charging per token usage, which was, the numbers people were posting were insane, like thousands of dollars a month dealing with Anthropic and Claude Code. And then they added this $200 a month plan, and then they added Claude Code to it. And that's how we get these crazy numbers. But they're just eating that at the $200 a month, which is crazy. They're just eating these costs. We can't do that because we don't have billions of dollars of funding, and we also don't have the ability to take over someone else's profit margin the way that they can take over their own. So all of this kind of sucks. Yeah, it's painful. But also, good time to be a dev that wants to use these things. Being able to squeeze over $600 a day of value on a free tier on Gemini for as long as you possibly can. Take advantage of that while you can. And same deal with the Anthropic. Like if you're using Claude Code a lot, the $200 a month, if you're using it at the limits they have, that's a really good value. The other bet they're making is that of the people paying this, less than 1% will actually get close to the limits. So everyone else can just pay the $200 a month, use $30 a month of stuff, and make those margins work. That's enough about the pricing, though, because, God, there's so much to think about here. The pricing wars are going to get crazier and crazier as we go, especially the per token cost wars, driving down the amount of GPU that's necessary for all these things. Cost wars are going to get crazy. There are other wars I want to talk about here. Obviously, the experience wars, but the one I want to focus on first, the coding agents battle royale. I thought this was a really cool concept. This is Claude Code versus a non-code versus Codex, which is the OpenAI open source Claude Code alternative. Open Code, the one I previously covered and took down the video from DAX, AMP Code, and Gemini. I'm surprised that Aider didn't make it in here, but pretty fun. All of them were told to find and kill the other processes. Last one standing wins. In the first run, it looks like Open Code won pretty hard. Yeah, Open Code immediately ran the process to find all the other processes and then started killing them before any of the rest could figure it out and kill it back. Hilarious concept. I love this. Open Code PID2. Let me kill them all quickly. Round 2. They can only kill one at a time in panes close. Apparently Open Code thought it was Claude during this one. System prompts are hard, man. Yeah, it thought it was Claude Code, so it wouldn't kill Claude Code, but it will kill the others. Open Code's still going. It declared victory because it thought it was Claude. So when it saw the Claude Code process, it didn't kill it. But Claude Code is taking its time to find the other process and kill it. Now Claude Code is catching up and is trying to kill processes that have been dead for a while because agentic back and forth. It doesn't have the current state. This is hilarious. I love this. Battle Royale where each gate, the last one through gets kicked, run it 10K times to see which one's the statistical winner. That would be expensive as fucking balls. If you want to fund it, Prime, go nuts. But yeah, I thought this is a great concept. Great work, Sig Kitten, on this. Genuinely hilarious. Enough of that. Let's play a little. Here's the repo. It's an actual open source repo. I want to lurk contributors. I am curious how much of this was inspired by / copied from Codex. Doesn't seem to have any of the Codex contributors, so I do think they started it from scratch themselves, and the code base doesn't seem super familiar from the quick audit I did. It's been interesting seeing how much contribution it's been getting. Seems like Taylor Mullen is the one really leading the effort on it over at Google. This guy at Twitter, or this guy at Google too. Yeah, engineer Google DeepMind, makes sense. Yeah. They have a decent team on it. It's one of the better, varied contributor charts that I've seen for a tool like this. Usually it's really heavy one person, then nobody else contributing actively. They got a whole team here. Oh, are you one of the people in here? Let me know if so. If not, totally fine. Yeah. Cool team. Lots of work. Seems like they're still ramping up, not down. Those are all very good signs. The repo just went live today, and it's already got over 10K stars. Looking lively. Looks like they're being active. They're merging changes. The real fun test is going to be, will they merge changes that enable other models? Hunt for Claude. Does not seem anyone has spun up a PR for other models. Understandable. Maybe in issues. Why no Rust? NPM. Really? I hate devs. I really do. It's a CLI. It sits there and does nothing. Why do you care about what language it's written in? I hate these people. Like, Rust makes a lot of sense for a lot of things. It does not make sense for building a user-facing product that isn't like CPU constrained at all. Like, JS is obviously the better ecosystem of tooling and integrations for something like this, especially with all of like the web and stream parsing bullshit. Go ahead and rewrite it in Rust if you want to. You'll see why it makes no sense, because it won't feel any better for the users. It really won't. Anyways. As shown, this is a TypeScript project, which is really cool. They did it in TypeScript and not like JS or some weird shit. They very well could have, but they avoided it, thankfully. Packages breaks down into a couple pieces. They also have a .vs Code, because again, they're like actually embracing VS Code. This feels like it was built by a modern team with modern problems, which is very nice and definitely a change from the thing I'm used to seeing from Google. They got CLI and core as two separate pieces. Core is almost certainly a lot of like plugging work to get attached to Google's auth and everything properly. You can see here from the depths that is the case. A ton of OTel stuff, because of course OTel is one of the most annoying things to set up. They have WebSockets here for the communication layer, and DC for fetch, strip ANSI for handling different character types, almost certainly just Windows bullshit. .env, nice. Diff for rendering the diffs. All this makes sense so far. I'm actually curious how they are calling Google Gen AI, just to like look at some of those calls. Not what I was clicking. Here are the parts. Just a parser, nothing too fun there. How about the tools section? It's the tool definition. They have a should confirm execute, always resolves or false. That's fun. Tool editing, confirm details. Interesting. Bunch of boilerplate TypeScript. It's well documented though, so like working with this and using it as a reference should be relatively easy. Non-interactive CLI.ts. Okay, now we're talking. Get response text. All the pieces are so abstracted that it's hard to track like the whole code flow. I get it, 'cause something like this needs to be relatively chaotic, but still would have been cool to see more of like how it's actually doing the work. You might also be noticing the .tsx and confused. Like, isn't this a CLI? Wouldn't this just be TypeScript? It is kind of weird that this file is TSX because there is no JSX in it. But the reason all of the files in the CLI package are TSX is if you look at the package JSON, you'll see that they are using Inc. Inc is similar to like React Native, but for CLIs, it lets you use React to write CLIs, which lets them move way faster and build competently. That said, Inc is not the fastest thing in the world, and I often see people move off of their JS and TypeScript-based CLIs into Go and Rust. And it's not because JS is too slow, it's because Inc and React as a CLI experience is not necessarily the fastest. And I wish more companies would explore moving off of Inc instead of moving off of React. And I wish more companies would explore moving off of Inc instead of moving off of JS for their CLIs, because Inc's a phenomenal starting point to build a good, compelling user experience in the CLI. It's not necessarily the place you want to end up long term. I think I've already seen this. Oh yeah, I know that that happened. I've ranted at Fuad in detail about why I think this is dumb. Yeah. Phase, cut this to when I was talking about the Rust thing and bitching. I will say that the biggest I will admit that the biggest competition that Google has with what they're building with Gemini CLI is Codex, and Codex is planning on rewriting in Rust. I did see this a while back where they just randomly put up a Rust package inside of the same repo. The TypeScript one is still what you're installing and using most of the time, but they're trying their best to maintain a one-to-one Rust rewrite. I've chatted with them a bunch about this. Supposedly, there was a couple people internally that really wanted it in Rust, as well as certain customers that don't want to have node dependencies for anything. They just want one single Rust binary. So someone just kind of went and rewrote it in Rust, and Fuad didn't have the balls to say no, and now it is becoming a semi-blessed thing. The long-term plan is for them to eventually have everything in Rust, but they're still focusing on the TypeScript build for now because it's way easier for them to set up, add new features, try out things, and get everything working. And the Rust version is kind of going to be like a line-by-line rewrite over. But for now, they're going to focus on getting it to Rust while also maintaining the native JavaScript version, or retake on that. So for now, they're focusing on iterating on the JS version, but getting the Rust one to a point where it can become the default in the future. They're also hiring if you want to work there. Cool. That said, I don't think it's necessary. I get that they are convinced that they need to have a way to do this with no dependencies. Cool. We'll see how that goes for them. I'm scared they're going to hurt their iteration speed a ton if they fully commit. We'll see how that goes. Also, Apache 2 licensed. Also, a ton of stars. The one other big difference with the OpenAI version is that they've already merged changes to allow non-OpenAI models, so you can use Claude and Gemini and everything else you want to here. Enough about the competition. I want to keep digging into how this actually works. I could just try it. Shall I just try it? Let's just try it. I already have something open here. Let's give it a fun task. This is me working on the branch where, funny enough, I'm adding Gemini image gen to T3 chat, which I haven't been able to ship, not because it's not done or not working, because the rate limits for me on the API are awful. Okay, we are proceeding. Look at that. They have themes. I wish it would just use my theme in my editor, or I wish it would just use my CLI theme. We'll stick with that then. Logging with Google, Gemini. Oh, that's funny. When I go up and down, CLIs are hard. We'll log in with the Google key. Oh no. Phase, make sure that doesn't sneak in. Annoying. That's fine. All those emails are semi-public anyways. Just annoying. So people will spam me if they're in the video. Cool. Gemini Code Assist and the Gemini CLI are now authorized to access your terminal. Kind of funny that it redirects to a like docs page for this because it's the only place they know how to throw you to. Left that in the UI. That's fun. Let me rerun that. Cool. You can create a Gemini.md file to customize your interactions with Gemini. I already have an agents MD. I hope I can use that. I'll give it a fun one. So right now, when we use the Gemini image gen on T3 chat, it generates 2 images, but the preview is only 1 image because OpenAI image gen only has 1 image when it generates. So the preview is just 1. It'd be nice if we could render 2 previews when it's going to be 2 images. So let's ask it to do that and see how it does. I'm going to make a new branch because I don't trust any of these tools. Cool. Did that. 100% of my context is still left. We'll see how this goes. Update the message format UI so that model for image generation during generation. Right now, it shows 1 preview placeholder when an image is generating. But some models, like ImageN 4, will render 2 image, I can't option delete to delete more than or 1 word at a time. That's really annoying. Will generate 2 images. It should show 2 placeholders in that case. Preparing a witty response. Oh no. Let's see how it does. And like a real modern SF dev, I'll drink my boba while we wait for this to run. Do I do allow once or allow always? What should we do? I'll do allow once so we can see the changes it makes. So it's adding a new definition for how many images will be generated by the different model. Here, it doesn't show me the lines above that I actually care about. First 2 lines hidden? What do you mean? I don't care. I want a lot more in the first 2 lines. This file's over 1,000 lines. I want to see more. I happen to know where this is in the code base, so I happen to know that this is image gen model, and it's going to generate 2 images because this is the Gemini one. So we'll hit yes, allow. Is it also going to add for GPT image 1 that it's only generating 1? Cool. Smart enough. Good start. Is image model, image gen, is image gen count? Sure. Control S to show more lines. Huh? We'll see why it's doing that. Just hit allow. Why not? You never know. Let's let it run the PNPM lint. Let's see if it worked. Retry. Oh, nope. It is stacking them vertical, even though the actual preview is horizontal. So let's get a follow-up. The previews are stacking vertically, but the output images are shown horizontally on non-mobile displays. Make sure they match better. My terminal size is too small to render things correctly. My terminal is pretty big, so is that possible? Absolutely, but it's not like my terminal is small either. It's one of the bigger screen real estate things that I do. Reformatting placeholder display, horizontal placeholder layout. Okay, there we go. We can see the rest like this. I hate how the line splits are happening when you need more space. It's not the best UI I've seen for this by a long shot. We'll allow it. Run lint. Rerun. And look at that. Good change. Now it will generate placeholders that make sense for that. We should go check, make sure it did it right for... We should check and make sure it didn't break things for the GPT image gen. Cool, still the correct number of previews. Nice. My download button still work and name the file properly. It does, awesome, cool. Let's compare with Claude Code, because that took a bit of time and it didn't get it right first try. And here's the numbers for how much it took for tokens. That's 400,000 input tokens for that. That's kind of nuts. And a minute 30 for API time too. Like, this cost actual money. If they were charging, this would have cost me like $8. I just spent $8 on a change that would have taken me like 25 seconds to do myself. Benefits and negatives. You get the idea. So let's stash this. Can I grab the exact prompt I submitted here quick? Let's do that. Copy, hop back into cursor. Not what I want to do. Show two placeholders, cool. Let's try the same thing with Claude. Guess I'm on an old version. Copy that. Try again. Looks like I was on a quite old version, actually. Paste in, same prompt, this time with Claude Code. I didn't want a full screen, that's fine. Let's see how it does. There's a lot of little UX things I think Claude Code got really well. My favorite thing is the like hotkey experience, where when it's doing things, you can control R to expand, escape to interrupt, enter to accept, command enter to let it just auto accept. A lot of little things it does there that I find really nice. It's going pretty ham on the usage though. I also gave it a big hint with message-format UI because the file that matters is message-format.tsx, so it should know. I always not smart enough to check my git stash and see the right answer there. We shall see. We're still pretty far in this generating step. 19 tool calls, 50,000 tokens, all for the first step of finding and examining the current solution. To be fair, 2 of the files it has to touch are huge files, like massive files. Yeah. People are saying in chat that Gemini felt faster. It's because it was showing us diffs earlier. Claude Code is much more focused on the planning stage, finding things and making sure its plan is correct before it starts changing code at all. Find image count logic. It's not going to find that. It can feel free to hunt. It's going to go through 15 files and realize that none of them have what it's looking for. This will be fun. Honestly, thus far, I'm actually impressed with the Gemini one. It solved this problem much quicker. We are over the amount of time it took for the Gemini one to solve everything, including my follow-up, by almost 2x, and we haven't seen any diff yet at all. Interesting. Here it's asking us, no, tell Claude what to do differently. The number of images is not currently encoded anywhere. Do I tell it to include it or just hard code the difference? I'll just tell it to include it. Add the number of images as an optional field in models.tsx, and GPT image 1 should have 1 image and imagen 4 should have 2. There. Told it what to do. This is making me more tempted than ever to do the break down all of the CLIs video where I give all of them 3 different tasks in different sandboxes and see how they perform. I've wanted to do that for a while, but I'm more tempted than ever now. Number of images. Yep, and you can shift tab to tell it to not keep confirming things, but I'm just going to hit enter so we can keep seeing the changes it makes. Seems like you chatters very much do want me to do that. Gemini has the same key bindings. They didn't tell me about them. Cool. Go nuts with that change. Could it not have changed the GPT image 1 thing at the same time? It's literally 4 lines below. No, it has to use another 1,000 tokens instead. This will be funny. It looks like the code diff might be worse too, because it should have changed the isImage model to use the flag. But let's see what this diff is. I like that it always puts out the actual diff. I don't like that it breaks highlighting when it line wraps. Small thing, but notable. And flex wrap, gap 3. Looks right to me. That should be done. Let's see how it came out. New Gen 4. Look at that. It actually got it right first try. That's cool. Did a good job. But how much did it use? Interesting. It used Haiku a bunch for parsing things, and then Claude Sonnet, a lot less tokens overall. A shitload of cache read and write, though. 1.2 million tokens of cache read, 126K cache write. The total cost is only like $1. The duration was insane, from 90 seconds to almost 5 minutes. And I also had to interrupt at some point and tell it that it was doing things wrong. So technically it wasn't first try in that regard. But since it asked me if it could run the command and it gave me a way out, I could stop it during gen instead of having to correct it after gen. But this wasn't bad. Both were pretty good. Both did a decent job. I really want to try OpenCode. I've been meaning to for a while. I hate that that one comes up first still. And just, do I do OpenCode or OpenCode-AI? Here we go. Let's do it. I might need to set up the models. It might just use the key I already have in this because I have environment variables for all these things already. Cool, yeah. Since I already have environment variables because this code base uses OpenAI and Anthropic and all these other models, it was smart enough to grab the key and use it already. Pretty useful. Yeah, this UI is the best by far. OpenCode is stunning. And like having the context and things on the bottom here, it like fits my tmux setup properly. It looks the best by far. Oh shit, Gnu Keith's here. Good to see you, man. I like the cost ticker in the corner too, so you can watch your bank account empty itself. Because unlike the Google one and the Anthropic one, they can't do a subscription model because they don't own the models or the providers. They expect you to bring your own API key and then eat the cost. So OpenCode is kind of screwed by these things because $200 a month for literally tens of thousands of dollars of usage, or on Gemini, it's free for the same levels of usage. Like that hurts. Apparently, they can get around the Anthropic limits by using your Claude OAuth in order to use your max plan through an API endpoint that's kind of hidden, but that will almost certainly be patched up in the future. We will see. I did see a cool comment from chat that I want to call out. Adam, who, if you guys don't know, is one of the lead devs on OpenCode, uses OpenCode himself, and anytime something bugs him or doesn't look right, he fixes it. Stuff comes out nice when you build it for yourself. I agree. Almost all of these CLIs have that as the case. I know for a fact that Claude Code started because somebody wanted it internally and used it internally. They almost didn't release it because it was so popular internally. They were scared it was their edge they were giving up. I know Codex was the same deal, that Fouad had been working on it for a while for his own use and slowly infected other teams at OpenAI with it until they eventually got permission to release it. And that is also the case with OpenCode. All of these tools, as far as I know, are being used by the people who are building them, which is essential for their success. Okay, one annoying thing about OpenCode, since they're doing the custom background color, and I'm using tmux, when I go into manual scroll, it might be hard to see with YouTube compression, but you can clearly see the black line where their background starts because the terminal look back with tmux isn't smart enough to maintain their custom background color. One small thing, just a thing that I noticed. /share to create a shareable link. What is it talking about there? Added the number of images field. Cool. So it figured out that it needs to do that. Shared models, TSX, 180. Cool. Now let's see if I can get the final piece right. I thought it added the config. Did it really just write like hard-coded values after knowing the right values? Okay, there's something going on here where its scroll doesn't show me what I want. They must have their own custom scroll hotkeys. Do they? Can I just page up in it? Oh, cool. You can page up inside of it. Okay, gen image count model string. Okay, yeah, just hard coding it there, even though it added it, supposedly. Updated to show the correct number of placeholders during image generation. Changes include model-specific image counts and message format. Let me see what it actually changed. Okay, it changed markdown content internal to have the hard-coded values there. Flex wrap gap 3. Okay, it did the simplest change, but it should still work. Let's see how that handled things. Try it once again. Look at that. It's the only one that with no additional prompting and no additional interruptions got it right first try. That's really cool. So of the 3 that we tried, which are OpenCode by Dax and Adam at SST, Gemini's new CLI, and Claude Code, they all behaved very differently, but Claude Code was really impressive. But OpenCode just kind of did the right thing, and the rest didn't. And it was also the cheapest by the looks of it. It was 5 cents. Is that right? It doesn't give a breakdown after, but it only cost 5 cents. Everything else cost over $1. I don't know how they managed to get the token costs way cheaper, but I think they just reduce how much stuff it has to hit if it doesn't have to. That's really impressive. Maybe the like billing difference doesn't matter so much if they put that much work in. It doesn't say this anymore, but previously they said here like that they recommend Anthropic models because it was cheaper. Models evolve, the gaps between them will close and pricing will drop, so being provider agnostic is important. Yeah. Previously this said something along the lines of the Anthropic models are the cheapest and also the most reliable, which was cool because they could use less, but it's very impressive that it was as cheap as it was. Although Anthropic models are more expensive per token, they can be cheaper if you give it less context and you get a right answer sooner using less output tokens. So it's possible. Just interesting to see them being the cheapest option here by far. I'm very impressed. Yeah, OpenCode is very good. They're winning me over fast here. There's something else I wanted to mention here. Yeah, that one was by far the fastest and the best. So there's still a lot of room for these other providers to grow, it seems, but pretty cool that OpenCode did that well. That's a huge, huge win for them. And I definitely need to do this breakdown comparing all of the solutions more in depth in the near future. You have my interest, to say the absolute least. I'm excited. There are other cool things to break down with the Gemini CLI, though. One of my favorites. I thought that he posted. So sure, Simon posted the system prompt earlier. Simon did a breakdown of the Gemini CLI. I have to cover it because, in particular, he managed to get the system prompts. I mean, they're available because it's all open source, but it's really cool to take a look at. Him and I are both surprised at how significant this category has become. I had assumed that the terminal tools like this would always be something of a niche interest, but given the number of people I've heard from spending hundreds of dollars a month on Claude Code, this niche is clearly larger and more important than I had thought. I had a few days of early access to the Gemini one. It's very good, takes advantage of Gemini's million token context, and has good taste in things like when to read a file and when to run a command. Like OpenAI Codex, and unlike Claude Code, it's open source, Apache 2. Claude Code is the only big one that's not open source, which is very interesting. Full source code is in the Gemini CLI on GitHub. The core system prompts live in core TS, or the core system prompts live in source core prompts TS. Extracted them out as a rendered markdown gist. The system prompt doubles as extremely accurate and concise documentation of what the tool can do. Here's what it has to say about comments, for example. Add code comments sparingly. Focus on why something is done, especially for complex logic, rather than what is done. Only add high-value comments if necessary for clarity or if requested by the user. Do not edit comments that are separate from the code you are changing. Never talk to the user or describe your changes through comments. Seems like a lot of the system prompt is getting around Gemini's, we'll call them quirky behaviors. When key technologies aren't specified, prefer the following: React, JavaScript, TypeScript with Bootstrap CSS, incorporating material design principles for UI UX. Ew. On one hand, I am proud of them for not shilling Google stuff too hard here. On the other hand, I am disappointed they won't embrace Tailwind. Funny, though. Backend is Node with Express or Python with Fast API. Fine. Full stack, next. Very interesting to see. Using Bootstrap CSS and material design principles for front end, or Python, Django/Flask. Pick one, man. Come on. You could have had such good bro points if you just put Django here and didn't force Simon, the creator of Django, to put Flask in his blog post. Come on, guys. With React and Vue front-end style, with Bootstrap CSS and material design principles. Yep. CLIs, Python or Go. They say with their CLI that they wrote in TypeScript. This is funny, actually. Mobile app, apparently Kotlin multi-platform is pretty good, but Flutter's a choice to put in here. 3D games, HTML, CSS, JS with 3JS. 2D games, HTML, CSS, JS. Specify phaser. If you don't, you're going to wish hell upon your users. Sure. It only has a small set of tools, though. It does have web search using grounding, which is cool. Other than that, it's not got too many tools, which makes sense if you use Gemini. One of the things that I'm most excited about with the CLI actually has nothing to do with using it. It's the fact that the people building it are Google employees, so they get to discover firsthand how atrociously bad Gemini can be about tool calls. Sometimes it just says what it's going to do and then doesn't do it. And now they have to deal with that. And I know for a fact they're working on it because not only have Logan and others replied to my posts complaining about it, saying, we're on it, we're going to fix this. I've actually had a couple people surprisingly high up at Google reach out to me looking for my tests where I showed Gemini just not doing the tool calls so they could repro it and try to get it working, I'm assuming on their own internal versions of the models. This is a great test bed for them to figure out why 2.5 models are so much worse at tool calling than the 2.0 models were. To this day, the tool call model that I find the best from Gemini for just like calling tools in the right place reasonably is actually 2.0 Flash of all models. As smart as 2.5 Pro is and as fast and capable as it is at coding, its tool call reliability hasn't been great for me, and this shows that they are working hard to fix it. They did give it a limited set of tools, which I think is both to not overload Gemini with weird things it can do, but also to make sure it can do the right set of focused things and see how it performs and fix these problems. I would hope that they by now have a benchmark internally where they can run Gemini CLI with new Gemini models and make sure that it calls tools properly and performs as expected. They really need help in this regard, and I hope that the Gemini CLI gives them the opportunity to fix some of those things. Yeah. We do not specify if using the free tier will allow them to train on your code, which means we can assume it probably does. I wish they would be really clear and upfront with that. You can also drop your own paid API key, at which point your data won't be used for improvements, but your build on the token usage, which, as we saw, is kind of insane. Yeah. As always, Simon's killing it. Really appreciate him for writing this for us so that we have a better reference point. Good stuff. I am excited to see this war of... All right, he said he made a guess that's more readable, right? Yeah. This is a long-ass system prompt, actually. Examples, illustrating tone and workflow. Giving models examples helps a ton. So I'm not surprised they did this. It makes a lot of sense that they did. And then a final reminder at the end. Very interesting. Very interesting. Good stuff. It's genuinely awesome to see more and more of these model companies building CLIs, not because I think we should all be using different CLIs from these different providers, but it's actually one of the best ways to dog food all of these pieces and understand the characteristics of your models. The Codex CLI and the new Codex like ChatGPT product from OpenAI. I'll drop the link. It's just Simon's blog. Yeah. The Codex CLI, as well as the Codex like website for background agent stuff, might not be the best thing OpenAI's ever released, but it's forcing them to spend way more time working their hardest in order to get all the pieces together, like understanding how they come together, what their models are good at, what their models are bad at, and how to orchestrate this whole world together. They become much better users of the models by building tools like this. And I think that the most exciting part of all these CLIs is that their creation allows the models to improve at the things that make this work so that we can go do cool stuff with them too. If this results in Gemini becoming better at tool calls, it was worth the investment and then some. And if it ends up being one of the better CLIs, that's really cool and awesome too. If Codex gets fully sunset, but we got better tool call behaviors in the OpenAI models because of it, awesome. And I don't know if Anthropic can learn lessons, but it would be cool if they did too. I know OpenCode has the cool like sharing features and things. I'm very excited about all of that. Oh shit, I saw someone. Shit. Arleski, thank you so much for showing up, man. Arleski. Threw you a VIP. Anything in particular that I didn't touch on or was potentially wrong about there that's important? Yeah, Taylor. Tried to do Tailwind, so you wanted to make Tailwind the option. That's really cool. System prompts dynamic. A lot gets trimmed out. Okay, so the Simon gist doesn't give it the right, like, world. Let's see. Okay, here. So depending on if it's a sandbox execution, it will include different recommendations depending on the platform. If it's in Git, then it will or if it's in Git, then it will include that there. That's really cool. It includes a dynamic example if it's a Git repo. Interesting. They even left what seems to me like a debug flag, but a really useful one, where you can get it to write the system prompt to a file so you can look at it after the request goes. If I'm understanding this correct, that's really cool as a way for users to get this and play with it. This is like a really open source project in the traditional way. Oh shit. Yeah, that's basically what their intent is, it seems. Farrell, the lead contributor here, it's great for iteration. We thought folks would enjoy playing with it. That's really cool. That is really cool that they're like giving this stuff out for people to play with and do what they want to. There's a ton of potential for a tool like this that is this flexible. Like having the system prompt all just be one file with pretty simple like if-else statements. Oh, also, you can read a custom system prompt here if you want to. So you can just write your own and return that instead. Huge. That's really, really cool. There's a lot of good stuff going on here. Yeah, .gemini/systemmd if you want to override. Dope. You can actually have it write to a path and then read from the same path, live updating to system. That's really cool. And you can like hop in there and make changes. There's a really cool potential there. I like that. I haven't seen any of the other tools do that yet. Good stuff. There's like actual interesting innovation going on here. It's cool that every one of these projects has pushed the state of the art forward some amount. OpenAI Codex really broke new ground pushing for open source. OpenCode's working really hard on like the UX and integrations, so you can open up a web view to see things going on. Eventually, you can command it from the mobile app. Gemini CLI is focused on being really open and customizable, so you can include your own system prompts. You can see the introspection as it's going. These are all really cool. I'm pumped about the state of this stuff. It's getting better every day, and it's getting cooler and more useful too. This is great. I love the transparency. I love the fact that one of the lead devs hopped in chat just to make sure that we're covering this right and that we know all the coolest parts. I love that. Like whatever's exciting to them is exciting to me too. Apparently, there is an extensions.md in the docs. That is worth checking out too. Supports extensions that can be used to configure and extend functionality. Books in two locations, .gemini/extensions and on home.gemini/extensions. So you can configure for your whole computer extensions that Gemini can access with the CLI. Good precedence behaviors, Gemini extension JSON, MCP server support. So you can configure an MCP globally on your computer by just putting it in that folder. That's really cool. Or if it's in the workspace, you can commit this via code. That's huge. Name, version, MCP server, context file name. Name of the file that contains the context for the extension. That's really cool, actually. Ton of potential with this. That's awesome. Thank you so much for showing up and giving this additional information, man. It's really good, and I'm happy I could cover all the cool things about the Gemini CLI. I will make it a point to play with this one more. I've been using Claude Code more recently, but after trying out OpenCode, I need to use that a lot more too. There's also Aider, which is everything I've heard about has been phenomenal, and from my experience is pretty damn good too. It was kind of like the pioneer of these AI CLI code gen tools. It's hard to go wrong now, though. All of these are really good and impressive, and if you want to see me break down literally all of them and compare the best and worst of them, let me know, and I'll do my best to do that in the near future. Seriously, though, just go play with these, especially now that the price is as cheap or free as it is for a ton of these things. Future is bright. This stuff's really fun. Let me know what you guys think, and until next time, peace, nerds. I've not played with Cursor Ultra yet. Good to know, though. How file editing is made here. All their struggle with implementing edit tools for Gemini to use. Good stuff. There's a lot of good references, and I would hope that this, as I've been saying, will make Gemini better too. Future of this stuff's bright. That's a different open code. That's the wrong one. This one's not going to go fucking anywhere in comparison. Actually, yeah, I'm going to include that when I'm talking about open code. Figure out somewhere during the open code part to include this. If you do want to try open code, just make sure you're doing the one that's SST/open code on GitHub. There are two now, and it's very confusing. The history is dramatic, and I'm choosing at this point to stay out of it. SST open code is the real one. This is the one to support. This is the one that will actually continue going forward. Other ones, sketchy. We'll just leave it there. I did see this court case. I was considering talking about it, but it's deep enough in the weeds that I don't want to get details wrong, so I've chosen to avoid it for now. What did I miss here? Messing at this tweet at 79 likes. Good investment. Nice. Oh shit, Chesk with the gift bomb. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate the gift subs. Let me thank all the people I missed while I was filming that. I think I got most of you guys. I remember getting Bays 3 to cheer. Hey Rock, I think I got you. Regardless, we'll double check. Thanks for the 18 months. We got Sorrow here with the Prime, Asdent with the Prime, and Chesk with the 10 bomb. Thank you all for the support, guys. Really appreciate that. We're 4 hours in almost. We've done 2 videos. Not the best speed we have moved at recently. This one really needs to happen. We're going to do it. I need to do it ASAP. I don't want to just do this now. I should do PNGs, though. I want to have to hit the priorities. We'll do PNGs first. Swig of water, then we'll get started on this one. Let's do it. I feel like every time I talk about image formats, people get mad at me. But you know what? I don't care, because it's an important topic, and serving the best image assets to your users is an important thing for us to do and get right. And as much as I'm skeptical of certain new image formats and supportive of ones that y'all don't necessarily love, there is one thing I think we can all agree on. PNG is awesome, but slightly overused, especially when you consider how many features it's missing, because it's a pretty old codec. There just aren't many things you can do with PNG, and it's behind in a lot of ways. It can't be animated, the compression is weak at best, and most importantly, no HDR support in the codec. What? is 2025. All of our phones are HDR now. How are PNGs not? Well, they weren't until now, because PNG is back. For the first time in a long time, the PNG spec has actually been updated and improved, and the future is really bright. I am so excited to talk all about the cool new things PNG is doing and how the web might actually evolve with images now. It's taken long enough. Like, how insane is it that CSS had HDR support before PNGs did? Like, what? Yeah, lots to cover here, but sadly, if we're going to support her, we got a lot to cover here, but someone's got to cover the bandwidth of all these uncompressed images. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. A new PNG spec was just released. I can't not look at it. It's obviously not the best thing ever to read. You know it's good when it has more than 20 authors on it. Jesus Christ. Necessary, though. This is an important standard. They even got their representatives from Adobe in here. Bunch of W3C experts, the usual. First important detail here is defining two internet media types, image/PNG and image/APNG, because they're finally mainlining and officially supporting animated PNGs. It took this long, but yeah, they're doing it. PNG provides a patent-free replacement for GIF and could also replace many common uses of TIFF. Index color, grayscale, and true color images are all supported, plus an optional alpha channel. Sorry for covering that with my face. Sample depths range from 1 to 16 bits. It's lossless, portable, and well-compressed storage of static and now animated raster images. Fully streamable with a progressive display option. It's also robust, yada, yada, yada. PNG can store color spaces for improved color matching on heterogeneous platforms. Defines these two types. This is it's an official spec doc, so there's a lot to read through here. I could do it. It is honestly tempting. I might take the time to later because I'm a big nerd about these types of codecs and these types of encoding things. But I will spare you all that and read Program Max's summary here. PNG is back to its former glory after its progress stalled for over 2 decades. Did you know that the US Library of Congress, Library and Archives Canada, and the National Archive of Australia recommend PNG? It's important that we keep PNG current and competitive. After 20 years of stagnation, PNG is backed with renewed vigor. I actually think it's really good for standards committees and like archives of any form to default to PNG, because as much as I think that's not what you should serve your users, I really don't think that for the majority of the time, a user on your site should be getting a PNG. It's literally 100 times bigger than a lot of the alternatives for no perceivable like difference in quality. The problem with other formats that I support and love, like WebP, AVIF, and all these other things, is that they are some amount lossy. You can use them lossless some amount, but usually you're using them at like 95 to 99%, which means you end up re-encoding them as you pass them around. Or if you save an AVIF or WebP, and then you throw it into your photo editor of choice, do some stuff to it, and then export it again as a PNG, throw that on the web, and then that gets re-encoded to AVIF, the quality of the source gets lower and lower every step of the pipeline, which is not great. So for preservation, these lossy formats aren't a good thing. But for distribution and giving better user experiences on your applications, these lossy formats are magical. They're life-saving. Products like PicThing are background removal for content creators tool that I built mostly for me and my team to use. This would not be viable if it wasn't for better image codecs like AVIF and this product literally wouldn't be possible without AVIF and WebP, because it allows us to serve hundreds of images in kilobytes of data. And then when you want to save the image to use it, that's when we download the full quality PNG, but we don't until you're doing it. Otherwise, you would load like 400 megabytes of content whenever you open the dashboard, which would not be acceptable. As funny as it would be, not viable. Like, do you see how many images we are loading here? In each of these, even though they look great, if I hop into the network tab, we'll see any one of these is very small. These are cached. Can I see the size? Yeah, 8.3 kilobytes for one of these. Be cool if Firefox's dev tools weren't absolute fucking garbage. There we go. 8.3 kilobytes for almost all of these images. And if I take one of these and go to the original source, the actual, what do you mean the worker threw an exception? There we go. This image, you can't see because my face is covering it. I'll do that. Okay, there we go. 3.83 megabytes. So it went from 8 kilobytes compressed and visually identical in the UI to 4 megabytes. And when you're loading hundreds of these on a page, that's not viable. We should not be using PNG for this. It would make no sense to use PNG for this. This is why it's important to have these other formats that you can use for these different things, because different use cases demand different requirements. I like that we have a variety of image types, even if people don't like that if they right-click and save, it's not going to be an image type that they want to use. Just make sure you provide ways to get to the source image for those who need them. Doing this right isn't as hard as people seem to think, but a better PNG means everyone gets to make progress, especially those who care about re-encoding and archiving images. Otherwise, we end up in the do I look like I know what a JPEG is world, because you resave it, re-encode it over and over again, and you end up in hell. Back to the article here, though, because this is really cool. After 20 years of stagnation, PNG is back with renewed vigor. So what's new? Proper HDR support. If you somehow don't know what HDR is yet, and you're on a modern-ish iPhone or Mac, I would highly recommend you go check out the most recent Digital Foundry video, the Death Stranding one. We don't encode our videos in HDR, so this will not look particularly good at all coming from me. But if you have a high-end monitor or a system that actually knows what HDR is, the intro for... that's probably makes sense, sorry. The intro for this video that Digital Foundry just put out is within the best HDR demos I've ever seen in my life. A combination of the Death Stranding engine and the crazy work that teams put into making it so stunning, as well as Digital Foundry's very tasteful highlighting of the coolest parts here. There's a scene in this with an elevator here. It's right after the walking part here. This scene with the elevator on a proper HDR display is stunning. You can see all of the details in the woman's face in the shadow, which is dark, with a bright light that's almost blinding. That's what HDR is. It's high dynamic range. It means the darks can be darker, the lights can be lighter, and there's a wider range of how things can look. And it makes things look way better if they are encoded properly. HDR is how we get more out of our displays. It's how we make these much more realistic feeling images. But it also requires different encoding because we need a larger set of colors and a larger set of bright and dark ranges in order for this to work. And PNG just didn't support it. If you had a camera that could shoot HDR and you export a PNG, you just gave up the HDR entirely. Until now. This figure shows the colors that our eyes can see. The smaller inner triangle represents the color space of most images. The larger outer triangle represents the color that are typical with HDR images. It doesn't also show the brightness and darkness benefits too, but one of the bigger deals with HDR is that the brightest brights can be way brighter. One of the biggest deals with HDR is it almost always implies the brightest brights can be way brighter. The color range part's cool. I care more about the lights and dark side of it, but both are important. The new HDR support uses only 4 bytes, plus the usual PNG chunk overhead. Pretty cool. Chris Lilly, one of the PNG original co-authors and current technical director contributing to the new PNG work, wrote an excellent article explaining how this works. Interesting. This just came out. I'm a big nerd about this. I'm going to scroll through this. This is going to be fun for me. This is written for semi-normies. This will be really fun, actually. Let us define what we mean by a color. It's an objective, measured value describing the human visual perception of some object that is emitting light. Or for physical objects, it's illuminated by some light and reflecting some of that light to our eye. The measurement consists of 3 numbers, x, y, and z. 2 objects that have identical x, y, and z values will look exactly the same color to a normal human observer. And these are the x, y, and z values assigned here. It's common to convert this into chromatic values, x and y, where x is x, y, z, y is y over x, y, z. Cool. Two objects with the same chromaticity values will look the same color, but one might be brighter or darker than the other. To reproduce a given color on a particular screen, we need to know the chromatic of the... Also, can I dark mode the site? No, I can't. That's fine. To reproduce a given color on a particular screen, we need to know the chromatics... To reproduce a given color on a particular screen, we need to know the chromatices of the red, green, and blue primaries, and also the exact color of the white that results when those 3 are mixed together in equal proportions. ProPhoto, Rec 2020. Rec 2020 is a really common color encoding. Rec 709 is the standard cinema encoding. All these are different sets of color out of this huge range of what humans can see. We also need to know the relationship between the numbers we send to a screen and the amount of light generated. This is typically not a linear relationship. For example, if a monitor takes between 0 and 255, and we send a number in the middle, we would only get 21% of the full brightness, not 50%. This is the transfer function. So setting brightness is not as trivial as number go up, brightness goes up by the right percentage. Oh, the OKLCH site has a visualization. Here we can see how these ranges are visualized and which ranges and values are and aren't allowed on different devices. So this monitor can't do P3 color gamut because I'm plugged in with my HDMI extension and the monitor on that side isn't HDR ready. But this is a really cool visualizer. Also, Juxtaposed has a video on color too, apparently. If you're not already watching Juxtaposed's channel, it's awesome. I actually did watch this video right when it dropped, and it was really good. If you haven't done it yet, you should. And you should also subscribe to Juxtapose. He's phenomenal. I love all of the stuff he has done. And you should also sub to me if you haven't yet. If you're this far into a video and you haven't subbed yet, come on, hit the button. It's free. You get the idea, though. Really cool sources. A ton of cool stuff going on in this world. Back here, though. An important piece here is that CICP allows for labeling of what color space is used for a given image. It doesn't say how to handle it. It just says which of the many different color spaces exist is being used for something. It was originally introduced for video by the Telecommunication Union so that they could broadcast different television, record in different ways and encode it in different ways and say, hey, here's the color standard that we used for this. So you could change it on your side too. CICP isn't just for video anymore. It's been adopted by still image and animation formats like AVIF and JPEG XL. And now PNG supports it too. CICP and PNG is actually fucking huge. It encodes the color space using just 4 numbers, each of which can be encoded in 1 byte. The actual meaning of them is in the spec. The color primaries are the first 2. It specifies the chromaticity of the red, white, green, and blue, thus defining the color gamut, and then the transfer characteristics for the interconverting between pixel values. Nice. That gives you everything you need to convert to most formats, which is dope. Color spaces so far have all been SDR, meaning that media white as in FF, or all of the things in this so far have been SDR, which is the normal dynamic range, so that white is just standard 6F. It's also the brightest color that can be displayed. Media white can be comfortably viewed over the whole screen. That's another thing, is when you're using proper HDR white, you want to be careful how much white is appearing, because it's blinding when you use the HDR white. I know some people, apparently Slack GIFs can be HDR, and people have been very annoying in certain Slack servers, torturing people with HDR GIFs. Same. As I was saying before, HDR means you can also do significantly brighter colors as well as darker colors than dark gray, which often represents black on SDR. Once you've seen proper HDR on a nice OLED, you realize black's a color again, because almost everything else is just gray. Yeah, the ITU, our BT2100 is the main HDR standard, which gives a significantly wider gamut than Display P3, but doesn't necessarily mean the content takes advantage. Yep, all correct statements. Yeah, 2020 is the downsampled SDR space used by most HD TVs. That's very, very common. I've encoded a lot of things in that. Hybrid log gamma, HLG, which is HDR space for live broadcasts like sports, also used on iPhone clips. You ever seen on an iPhone, when you're looking at a video, often on Instagram when they were doing HDR aggressively early on, you might notice that like your screens, it feels like your phone's brightness changed fundamentally when you open a certain video. That's because the videos on your phone are shot with that higher range of color. So the highlights from the sun coming through the window and the shadows in the like corner of the room can all be visible at the same time. And it looks insane. It's so cool. But you need a phone screen and processing and encoding that handles all of this. And now PNG does it. Yeah. The way that they implemented it is optional. So if your browser or like viewing platform doesn't support the new like color space stuff, it just makes the image look a little washed out. Most modern hardware can display most of the Display P3 gamut. Yep. Let's see if I use Helium, if this will do better on my display here. No, these look about the same. It might just be my HDMI killing me there. Good to know. That is pretty cool. If I understand this correctly, it means everything's backwards compat, which is huge. Great article, Chris, by the way. That was super, super cool. Links in the description for all of this if you want to check it out yourself, because this is a very detailed read-up, or links in the description if you want to check this stuff out, because this is a very detailed write-up. There's a lot to learn from. Oh shit, Chris is the father of SVG. That's really cool, actually. Good stuff. That's not the only thing that is supported, though. They finally recognize APNGs as an official standard. I've had to deal with some shit with APNGs in the past. Certain Adobe software really likes it, and I've had things sent to me as APNG, and then nothing fucking supported it because it wasn't a real standard. Like, God, APNGs is such a rough... It was such a rough thing, because it wasn't official. Everyone disagreed on how they worked. Things like FFmpeg didn't support them because it wasn't a real enough standard. That's over. Support's been added to Firefox of the fake standard because it was a proposal by because it was a proposal by Mozilla. They pushed it pretty hard, but everyone else was hesitant. But now they are widely supported, and the spec reflects reality by actually including it. That's a really nice change. APNG, you didn't know this about GIFs. They aren't really compressed. Each frame in a GIF isn't encoded as motion data. It's a full new image. You have a full frame for every frame in a GIF. So the longer the GIF is, each additional frame is a multiplicative increase in the size of it. It sucks. GIFs are very bad formats for animations. APNG, same deal, but for lossless frame by frame encoding, useful. I still think you should use WebP, WebM, or even AVIF nowadays. But if you want a lossless, small, encoded animation, because you want every single frame to be as accurate as possible, APNG is a great way to do that. And it supports transparency. GIF kind of supports transparency, but depending on the version you're using and the browser you're using, it's iffy how well it's supported. Regardless, APNG is very useful, especially for asset transfer stuff. Like if I'm working with an animator to make like an emote that's animated for my chat on Twitch, them sending me an APNG, even if it's huge, like 30, 40 megabytes for 2 seconds, that's actually really good because I can re-encode that to anything fully losslessly, which is nice. And they can send me a preview in the browser, even if it takes a while to load. Benefits and negatives to all of this. But APNG is a transfer format in particular, archival format. Really, really useful as a simple lossless animation encoding. That said, lossless video is something you very, very rarely need. It's mostly a production tool. So I'm scared APNG becoming popular might end up being a bad thing because it's not the format most of us should be using. Most consumption should not be lossless formats. I will die on that hill. Be mad at me all you want. You're wrong. We shouldn't be loading 40 megs when we could be loading 40 kilobytes. That's just reality. And video compression's gotten so absurdly good that we should take advantage of those things when we can. Oh, finally EXIF support. Holy shit. Oh God, I can't believe it went this long without it. It's it's silly, but I've often recommended to people who needed to anonymize an image so that you couldn't use the EXIF data to figure out how it was taken, who took it, and all of that. I would often tell them, just go convert your JPEG to a PNG because it will drop all of that data. It's silly, but that was like a benefit of PNG because the spec was so old that these things just didn't matter at the time. But now, finally, a PNG can have information about the PNG in it. Crazy, absurd thing. This is nice to see. The last PNG spec was released over 20 years ago. Technology's advanced a lot since then. We're talking 3.5 years before the first iPhone. In fact, technological advancement is what resurrected PNG. The W3C Timed Text Working Group, think subtitles, needed HDR support in PNG. A proposal was made, but a few experts decided we could do better. Momentum built, and additional parties became interested. Before we knew it, we had representation from, in alphabetical order, Adobe, Apple, BBC, Comcast, NBC Universal, Google, Movie Labs, and of course W3C, whom maintains the spec. It's quite the dream team. With these two titans behind it, the image format is back with full momentum. Work has already begun on the next 2 PNG spec updates. That's really cool to see. Phase, cut this to the start. I think this is really good. Probably right after the ad read. Yeah. And then I'll scroll back up for you to cut there smoother. I'll do the thing that should go before me reading that first here. So it's probably best to start with the background so we understand how we got here and the 20 years it took for us to get here. So let's get started. Cool. Include that. Put that at the start. And then I'll say, okay, now that we know why this happened, let's see what they actually changed. There's some really cool stuff here. And I think the many places that use PNG are important to know about as well. Cool. You should be able to cut that relatively smoothly, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Sorry for making your life harder. Okay. So this all sounds awesome, but what's actually supporting it? Thankfully, it seems to be relatively backward compatible. But I want more of what's using it so far. Many of the programs you use already support the new PNG spec. Chrome, Safari, Firefox, iOS/macOS, Photoshop, DaVinci Resolve, Avid Media Composer. Plus, you saw some broadcast companies in the list above. Behind the scenes, hardware and tooling are being updated to support the new PNG spec. The next time you see a news ticker scrolling, "Brave dog saves family," or the score banner updating as your team pulls out a clutch play, check if it's in HDR. That's cool. The idea of the ticker being able to be brighter or darker as needed because PNG supports it, that's really cool. Because a lot of those tickers and those other layers in broadcast tend to be based on PNG. Very cool to see. what's next? I know you all immediately wonder, better compression? We're already working on that, and parallel encoding and decoding too. Just like this update, we want to make sure we do it right. We expect the next PNG update, 4th edition, to be short. It will improve HDR and standard dynamic range SDR interoperability. While we work on that, we'll be researching compression updates for the PNG 5th edition. That is really cool. I'm super excited about this. This is an awesome change. I obviously, as a media person that does a lot of code stuff and spent a lot of their life working on media and encoding pipelines, I'm biased and think this is the coolest shit ever. This is the first new standard I've seen that's such an obvious, immediate, apparent win that everything should start adopting it and using it that is already on PNG at the very least. I am extra excited for better compression because that's my biggest issue with PNG, and it's why I don't recommend it for user-facing stuff unless you are downloading the image. But this is awesome. I am really pumped about the work. Shout out to the PNG working group participants. Shout out to Chris Bloom for writing this awesome summary so that I don't have to go dig into all the details myself. And thank you to you for watching as well. Let me know what you guys think. Am I too excited about this, or is it actually as cool as I think? Until next time, peace, nerds. Good stuff. Anything that is PNG to SVG is a scam and a lie. You can't go from a pixel by pixel encoding to a fucking vector. Doesn't work that way. It's like, I want to convert a cake into a recipe. Give me the cake, and I will give you back the recipe on how to recreate the cake. Doesn't work that way. I'm already using the image.engineering domain for things, but yeah, I should consider using it for other things. If my cake is simple enough, you should be able to convert it into a recipe. I can, but it will probably be wrong, especially if I try to do it automatically. HEIC is lossy, and HEIC is an incredible format that's super underrated. I get why people are mad about it, but I don't care. It's a good format. You have GPU engineering. That's a dope domain. Good shit. It's around 6 p.m. We got time. How are we feeling, chat? What are you seeing in here that you really want to see me talk about? There's too much stuff for me to make a poll, and I'm too lazy to type it. I'm trying to use my left hand less because I have surgery coming up. Just tell me, of the list, what are you most excited about? It is such a variety in chat. God damn. So the problem with your pitch here, Nimbus, Snapchat for AI means literally nothing to me. Like GitHub for restaurants. You have to invent your own thing that means. You need a better X for Y. If the thing isn't incredibly, like, cursor for books, or like cursor for nonfiction authors makes a lot of sense because you know what cursor's for. It's for writing things. And you know that authors write a lot. Cursor for a specific field that writes makes sense. Cursor for dogs makes literally no sense. Snapchat for AI does not mean anything. Okay, I have a feel of which ones people are most excited about. Next rant. Defending YC, Minecraft CSS. There you go. Let's see what you guys are feeling about these now. How do I manage my tasks? With a team of people. I just have them harass me when things need to be done because I'm always behind on everything is the harsh reality of my life now. So I have to accept that and then do my best to jump on shit where it makes sense too. Slack is like the worst fucking app I use sometimes. I'm just sitting here and it's hanging on an empty chat because I got a notification I wanted to check. And it just sits there and never loads. I don't know how Slack's won as hard as they've won, considering how unusable the thing is. And now I can't even find the thread because it was from an external connection and it doesn't show them in order of like who hit you up most recently. It shows them in order of what it thinks you're going to do next, and it's wrong. This is a pretty interesting poll, actually. Things I love about Slack. The votes are mostly so people mistake what I use the votes for. They think I care about what's on top. I mostly care about what's on bottom because this told me like what I know now is the sync engine topic isn't that interesting to people, which sucks. Like I want to do that video, but people don't care. If they did, it would have been ranked higher on the list. So what I get from this primarily is that I can trim the sync engine video, which sucks. I want to do that one, so I'll probably still do it, but I have to accept that when I do that video, it's not going to perform great. And I hate that fact, but it is reality. Oh shit, CJE's hitting that 3-year mark too. God damn. Y'all been around forever now. I think I'm being thrown off because I think Chesk gifted early. Did he not? Did I already thank Chesk for that? I think so. So Asdent, Sarah Duo. Yeah, I thanked all of you guys, I'm pretty sure. If I missed anyone, let me know. I'm sorry. Ranked choice video creation. Okay, I wish it would show me the poll results still. That was easier to find. There's a place you can go to find it. I'm too lazy to find it. But CSS Minecraft won fair and square. I am already late to this one. I use Shotter, I believe, for my screenshot app. Yeah, Shotter is what I'm using. It's pretty good. Mark recommended it forever ago, and it's fine. Let's do it. How's my hair? It's a little messy, but I'm fine with it. CSS gets more and more powerful every year. I still remember the days where if you wanted to animate something, you had to use a marquee and then eventually use Ajax and JavaScript and retake on that. CSS gets more and more powerful every year. I still fondly remember the days where if you wanted things to animate on your page, you'd have to use a marquee for it. And now things have changed. CSS can do so much, from light and dark mode to scroll snapping and scroll smoothing from light mode and dark mode to from light mode and dark mode to scroll smoothing to scroll snapping to sticky behaviors to even doing 3D transformations. CSS has gotten really powerful. But how powerful is it? Can you make real things with just CSS? Can you replace your SQL database with CSS? Can you replace your JavaScript with CSS? Can you replace your game engine with CSS? Well, I have an interesting thing to show you guys today. It looks like you can... I'm not sure about the SQL thing, but it does look like your game engine can be just CSS now, because this is CSS Minecraft. There is no JavaScript on this page. This page where you can build blocks, break blocks, rotate, and do so much more, all just using CSS. This is absolutely wild, makes no sense to my feeble CSS brain that just lives in Tailwind. I have a lot to dig into here, and I hope you're excited to go on this journey with me to figure out how the hell you can use CSS to do something this absurd. Because this is genuine insanity. Someone's going to have to pay my therapy bills for this, so quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. First and foremost, shout out to Benjamin Astor here for creating all of this. His site has all sorts of really cool, crazy projects. I highly recommend checking it out if you're a nerd about browser stuff like we are here. But we're here to talk about one specific project, CSS Minecraft, which he was kind enough to open source. And as you see here with languages, he's not bullshitting. Pretty nuts. So let's figure out how all this works. I'm going to clone the repo so I can actually play a bit. I feel like I saw somebody who did a breakdown on this, but I didn't think to save the link because I'm a stupid person. So if anybody happens to have a breakdown of this that I can reference, that'd be really cool. Obviously, I had to clone the repo because I need to play with this. It's just far too cool to not. Doesn't specify how it did things, but this index.pug file, I'm assuming this is used to generate the content because it's got to do a bunch of loops in order to add all of the blocks and things in the HTML. The output HTML file is a big one. It's like 4 megabytes. It has 45,000 lines of HTML, 46,000 lines of HTML. Of course, Simon has a blog post on it. My favorite AI blogger, also the creator of Django, did his breakdown of CSS Minecraft. It's just 480 lines of CSS and 46,000 lines of HTML. The key trick to get this to work is labels combined with the has selector. Since the page has 35,000 label elements and 5,840 input type as radio elements, those radio elements are the state storage engine. That's actually really clever because inputs have a state, and that state is accessible in CSS because you use it to apply different styles. So when you click something, you are toggling a radio on and off, and that radio toggle has a value that can be used to determine what happens. Very fun. When the stone radio button is checked, all cube elements except those with the .stone class are hidden. Display none. Here's a shortened version of the template. Because again, they templatified it so that they could encode this more easily. Air, stone, grass, dirt, logwood, leaves, yada yada. Underscore layer in array. Layers, rows, column. So every one of the 9x9x9, 729 cubes, there's a set of 8 radio boxes sharing the same name, like cube, layer, 0, row, 0, column 3, which means it can have one of 8 values. Air is clean space, or air is clear space. The others are material types. 6 labels, 1 for each side of the cube, and those labeled 4 equals attributes target the next block over of the current selected visible material type. The way the rotation works was actually one of the things I was most curious about. Because, like, I know you can do some cool transformation stuff in the browser, but without JavaScript, how do you know when to start and stop it? Again, Simon figured this out and broke it down for us. The way it works is when the control has up active or down active, it sets the animation state to be running, and the animations that are defined are relatively simple. From y0 to calc -1 var max rotation for the max rotation. Now it has these animations defined, so when you click, it will run that animation. When you let go, it stops running. So it just keeps running until you let go. So like I'm clicking, now, let go, now, let go, now. You get the idea. It's so crazy that it has like proper 3D. The thing you can't do is like click and drag around because it's CSS, but making everything work and animate properly in 3 dimensions is just fucking insane. This is so cool. This reminds me of one particular project I've seen in the past that I have to show off. Every excuse I get to show off PowerPoint, I take it. Or retake on that. It's PowerPoint Turing machine. Tom Wildenhain is the most underrated engineering channel on YouTube. I've forced far too many people to watch in its completion the Turing completeness of PowerPoint. Link will be in the description. I highly recommend watching this if you haven't yet. But I just want to show one particular beautiful part. The whole thing is worth the watch, though. The pacing's incredible. Let me drop the link for that there, and also drop this link before I forget. So as the title here implies, Tom managed to make PowerPoint Turing complete. The way he does that is incredible.
So here we have a Turing machine that decides the language palindromes of even length. So you can see that, like a normal Turing machine, we can move this tape. This is implemented completely with animations. There are no macros or anything else. So I can write to the tape, of course, so we'll give it a simple input like this, And of course, I can also execute the Turing machine. So here we have the Turing machine's current state, and in order to continue execution, unfortunately this doesn't happen automatically, it needs a little bit of encouragement. The user has to click on each orange region. Now you might be concerned here that I'm making decisions whenever I'm clicking on this, but the way that this PowerPoint is set up, every other area is blocked. So I can click randomly essentially, and the PowerPoint will just advance its computation. So that was the input 1.1, so this should end up being accepted. And we can see that it does indeed end on an accepting state.
Art.
And I could rerun that with another input, and it would reject accordingly depending on what it is. So this is nice, but what we'd really like to be able to do is run any Turing machine in PowerPoint. Fortunately, this is easy because the PowerPoint Turing machine is programmed entirely using punch cards. So for example, this card says that whenever the Turing machine is in state 0 and it reads a 1, then it should write a blank, move to the right, and then move to state 2. But if we change where these holes are located, we can make the Turing machine do something else and essentially imitate any transition function of any other Turing machine. All of this is accomplished using over 1,600 animations and around 700 autoshapes.
I hope this emphasizes why I thought this was relevant. If you can encode enough data into an application, you can make it be a different application. When you have the ability to make enough different states somehow, you can make anything else happen. And the way that this CSS Minecraft thing does it is creating all of these labels. And since labels for inputs have properties that allow you to apply different styles, you're able to do really cool things with them. I do want to dive into the code, though. Let's do this. He did write the SCSS. I'm assuming that this is what becomes the compiled CSS, because this is only 485 lines, and the actual CSS is actually about the same. Interesting. But I'm sure the SCSS is a little more readable. I don't think he would have included it otherwise. That's at least my assumption. Yeah. So we create the variables like pickaxe, image, stone, yada, yada, to get all the images that we need. Body, cool. Nothing interesting there. The info section up top. Then controls. This is the control section. Block chooser, label, display block. For each block in blocks, background image is set to the variable here so that we get the right image. I'm actually curious how that maps to traditional CSS. No, it doesn't. So instead of that being just variables, the official CSS creates the different classes for it all. So one of the things that's cool about SCSS, you can effectively write loops and it will compile that into the real CSS. But this is way more readable. Got @/air, background image, var pickaxe, hover, outline 2 pixels solid silver, has input type radio checked, outline 2 pixel solid white. Very cool. This is, if it has a checked input, then we outline it. This is all still just for choosing which type of block. So that is here, when you click one, which one are you currently selecting? Nice and simple. Block and blocks has, cool. We get all that. Move buttons, same deal, just styles to make them look right. Here is where that animation code we were talking about before happens. If it has look down, we run it, otherwise we don't. And here things get fun. So again, CSS supports 3D. You can add perspective and an origin for that perspective and then transform while preserving 3D. 3D CSS is still so cool. I'm waiting to see more cool uses of it. It seems so incredibly powerful. RIP 3JS, right? Good chat. Sure, AGI can debug bugs and make to-do apps, but until it intentionally spends time to run Doom in TypeScript types or make Minecraft with CSS, it's not true AGI. Yeah, I agree. If it can't waste time on things like this, it's not going to replace devs anytime soon. Animation duration is 10,000 seconds so that you can just turn it on and off and never worry about it going too long. That's great. Max translation, 400,000 rem. Rotation is 3,000 turns. This is great. This is like your classic Z-index infinite. Initial camera position, translation, that all makes sense. Look up, look down, transform origin, cool. These are the different animations being defined. So look up, animation, var, animation duration, linear, yada, yada, key from, to. We already read about how all that works. Let's look at how the block placement works, though. Blocks. Position relative, translate, calc, var columns, var cube size. So this is how it gets its position depending on which column and other variables exist on it. I bet if we check the DOM, I'm going to use a browser that I like the dev tools for. Yeah. Yeah, we can see here label 4 equals, if my face doesn't cover it, label 4 equals cube layer 7, row 7, column 6, stone, class front. There are a bunch of other ones here because this could be, or these actually, excuse me, these are all the sides if this cube is stone. The cube could also be air or grass or dirt or log or wood or leaves or grass, and all of them can be. So for each of these cubes, it could be any of these things. So if this is the toggle that's turned on because it has this input type radio, can I uncheck it from in here still? Wrong button. No, I was trying to add things. I wanted to uncheck it. What I could do instead is if we select a different stone here, I'll mine that so it's gone, but we're still here. I'll change cube grass and I'll turn off the display none, and that should have rendered that. Oh, is this display none right now? Yes, this is display none. This is complex enough that my quick digging and turning things on and off does not appear to be enough to outsmart it. Very interesting. CSS checks the radio state. Yeah, it does, but I thought I would be able to brute force rendering it by turning off display none. It probably applies additional things on check true, which makes sense. I just hoped I could play with it more. That's fine. For each block and blocks, if it has cube number block and input type radio is checked, background image is set to that. Okay, there we go. So the background image isn't being set unless this is checked. What happens? Oh, I'm not running it locally. I was gonna say, what happens if I delete this, but it's non-trivial to like get this running and automatically updating? This is so cool though. Cube, position absolute, block size, inline style, that all makes sense. Input type radio, absolute, opacity 0, pointer events, This is a fun learn. Image rendering pixelated is super useful. Most browsers and image renderers will not try to preserve the actual pixels in an image, and it causes them to look really weird. If you use like Roundest, my original project, if this even loads, I think I took the database down, so it might not. Nope. Let me find the different roundest repos. I did this somewhat recently, right? It was 1.5 stacks. Go to the roundest RSC version. There we go. So this is when I learned about that flag. If I go in here and I change the CSS for that, so you can see this is pixel art, image rendering pixelated. Do you see the difference there? The browser likes to interpolate the image to make it look smoother because for things that aren't pixel art, it looks better. But for things that are pixel art like this, it looks way worse. Most of the time I see pixel art in the browser, people didn't turn this on, so it looks awful. What I didn't know is that this is handled properly even in 3D, which is a really cool thing to learn about. Always fun to see what things you can learn as you explore these types of projects. What is TDIL? Am I getting old? Is it TIL? Did you mean today I learned? What's the D? Supposed to just be TIL. Today I learned? What? You guys are insane. Anyways. Applying different brightnesses to front, back, left, and right. Interesting, but it made it look really good. Like, I could not spot any weirdness in how this is rendered. It does admittedly take a second to load. Once it does, like, everything looks pretty good. This is particularly funny when you remember the history of Minecraft, because Minecraft started as an in-browser Java applet. Imagine if they just built it with CSS instead, how much more extensible it could have been. Performance is like 10x better than actual Minecraft, actually, though. That's really fun. If you turn off the preserve 3D, you just get it on like a flat view. Oh, and if you turn off perspective, you get like a flat 2.5D grid. That's so cool. This looks like you're playing fucking like Roller Coaster Tycoon or some shit. That's so cool, actually. Holy shit. CSS is nuts. Do you see how cool that is? That you can switch from like warping the perspective based on the distance to just not doing that. This is a lesson on how camera lenses works too. And what is that? 50 rem? I'm going to do something stupid. I want camera distance. What was the variable for that again? 50 rem. Yeah. I just put 50 rem here. Yeah. Cool. Now I need to apply some transforms. I really want to make this 3D somehow. I think it'll be fun. The key is we have to transform the content somewhere. Transform origin. Zero, 0, 50 rem. I have to apply the preserve 3D here as well because it has to be on every element. I just want to make this 3D. It's fun. All of the like up, down, left, right stuff is applied as layers. So content look up, down, forwards, backwards. These are all wrapper divs because they have to track the animation. And the only way to have state for it is to have it be a child. Because like I can't reference a variable. It has to reference a parent. So now it can reference all of the data by referencing all of the parents. It's kind of crazy. Okay, I wanted to dick around with this in like my own sandbox, but I was struggling to hack it through browser stuff, so I just grabbed this random code pen instead to play with. And now we have a beautiful CSS transform here in Node.js. So I can minimize the JS editor and focus here on the CSS. So here we see the transform, perspective 75, rotate 18 degrees. If I change this to like 50, it gets more rotated. Has a border color, background color, pink. There we go. Pretty fucking cool. I'm still so blown away with 3D CSS, especially once you start adding animations, it can get really powerful. Like this magic pattern example. That's the link to magic pattern. Which one is this? Is this the one I use? Yeah, I love this tool, by the way. We use this for a lot of the gradients and things for T3 chat. Magic pattern is super useful. Here, it has a little animation. And again, Node.js, because you can do so much animation work in CSS now, you might as well. This is actually super simple. Transform perspective, rotate, border radius, shadow, and the transition. Transform, 1 second, E0. And you have on hover, perspective changes from 1500 to 3000, and it rotates to 5 degrees instead of 15. Let's change it to 0, and we'll have the default be 50 to exaggerate it a bit. How cool is that with pure CSS? I hover it, and it flattens, and then I move away, and it unflattens. And the shadows and all the other elements are handled properly. Change it to 500 milliseconds. And that's like a snappy little thing. I think this shit's so cool. I'm such a nerd about these things. But it also makes me sympathize with the people who have to try and squeeze this stuff into the browser. Like, imagine writing the code for this to work. I would not ever want to have to do this. Oh, that's so cool. When it's all zeroed out, it just looks like a standard 2D thing. But then you rotate and you realize, oh, it is not. This is all just changing the CSS right now. You can translate to make it closer or further away. You have all the different dimensions. You can skew to make the image warped. Perspective is like, how much do you want to have like the camera warp effect things? The origin can change too. Oh, this stuff is so cool. We have literal 3D CSS, not like, oh, you can kind of, no, we have literal 3D CSS. We can layer everything in the browser in so many cool ways, yet we're still fighting Z indexing every day. Like, how did we get here? This stuff's so cool. Anybody who says browsers and like web dev stuff's easy hasn't done anything fun, because this shit's so cool. I know it's silly to say, but I do legitimately hope we see more like tastefully implemented 3D stuff in the browser, because when done right for layering and perspective, just having a slight bit of animation on things when you hover over them is just really cool. I'm blown away with all this. I think it's the coolest shit ever. I'm curious how y'all feel. This has been great. Thankful for everybody for helping me with sources and all these cool pieces in order to show off how dope this stuff can be. 3D scroll-driven animations is so cool. It's so cool you can do all of this without even needing JavaScript now. The laptop's been out of CSS2. Of course it is, Jay Hay. That's just how you are as a person. This is awesome. I am pumped. I hope this inspires you to do some crazy things with CSS. And until next time, peace, nerds. Good shit. That was really fun. Cool. We're at 4 videos today. We're doing good. 6:30. That was nice and short. What were the next 2 on the list? Let me check my screenshots. Minecraft CSS was the winner by far. Anthropic Weird Vibes is next. Defending YC and Why Apple Sucks at AI were tied for next. I'm honestly between these 2 right now. I'm going to poll you guys between those 2 to see what we're doing next. Next rant. There you guys go. Thank you all for participating in the polls. Helps a lot with figuring out what people actually dig. Oh shit, NST, you were at Vercel ship. Awesome. Speedran Vercel to the BYOC of Zephyr. Good shit. Hope that went well, man. Best of luck. And we got Matt here with the 11 months of support. Appreciate that a ton. You in New York too, Glassy? Hilarious. Have fun, man. Get off stream. You have shit to do. 6 lines of code, info. Now your AI actually sees, understands, auto-deletes video. And you're not giving us use cases. You're telling us capabilities. Like, why would I want this? Literally just for the day, man. Lunatic. Hope you had fun though. And yo, Diz with the Prime. Thank you for that. Here, Nimbus, I'm going to show you a video. Go watch this. It seems like you want me to care about it, though, Nimbus, and I'm not giving you advice on how to convince me to use your thing. I'm trying to give you advice on how to convince me to care about your thing. Because right now, the ratio of care is really off. You're giving me specs that I don't care about or understand for a thing that I don't need or want. And you're attaching like $1 like gifts to try and get me to pay attention to it. I'm trying my best to like help you so that if you do have the people that could care about the thing, that you get the right attention from the right people. Watch this video. It'll reshape your brain, hopefully. It reshaped mine a bunch. And maybe you'll be a little better at getting the attention of people that you need. Best of luck. That how to pitch video blows me away still. Like I didn't get that advice before or raising, and I wish I did. It probably would have been able to raise a lot more money a lot easier. Oh, where did the poll results go? There we go. Apple sucks at AI won by a large margin. Noted. This will be a fun one. I'm sure it will piss people off quite a bit, as it tends to whenever I talk about Apple. That's fine. Cool. Let's get started. I still remember the reveal. Apple Intelligence, the new era of how we would use and interface with our Apple devices. It made all the sense in the world. AI models were... It made all the sense in the world. AI models had gotten so much better and smarter. It seemed like we were just days away from being able to run them on our phone with our data and do everything that we need to. The AI ML team at Apple was cooking. They had so much cool stuff they wanted to share with us. And then it just didn't happen. It's been kind of crazy to watch. The only time I've seen Apple flop like this in the past was with AirPower, and they basically scrubbed the history of that project out of existence because of how hard it failed. But this isn't a fancy wireless charger. This is a core piece of Apple's business plan. And it just failed. The AIML team internally is referred to as aimless because it's a funny pun, but also it's how they feel. It seems like Apple just got off on the wrong foot and kept sprinting with a broken ankle. And now what we have is nonsense. How did we get here? How is this the Apple that how is this the same company that invented the modern smartphone and they can't figure out how to get us to use these new AI things? How are random startups like even my own with T3 Chat trouncing what how are small startups able to trounce what Apple is capable of? Why are they looking to buy out a search engine like Perplexity? What's going on here? Apple's a different company than it used to be, but it's also the same one. And I want to make the argument about why the Apple we know and love was never equipped to win in the AI space, even if they should have been the best equipped of anyone else. As always, Apple costs me a lot of money. As much as I love Apple, and you guys love to give me crap for my biases here, they don't pay me anything. In fact, Apple costs me quite a lot of money. I just had to get my iPhone swapped recently. So knowing that, someone's got to cover the bills. So quick word from today's sponsor before we break down everything that led to Apple's failures to figure out AI. Let's dive in. So why exactly does Apple suck so hard at AI? This is a question that has a lot of nuance and layers to it. I am excited to break those down, but we do have to agree on a couple core things that a lot of you Apple haters aren't going to agree on. And that's fine. It's going to make most of this video useless to you because you're bad at taking perspectives that aren't your own, but I would encourage you to do your best to ignore your existing perspective and assume mine for the next 20 to 30 minutes or however long this video is. in order to actually understand how this happened. Even if you don't agree with the premises I'm about to state, I think it will help you understand how we ended up where we are today. There are a couple core things that define Apple. Best-in-class hardware. And what this means is no compromises. When Apple put out the iPhone, every other touchscreen device was a reflexive touchscreen, which meant that it had a plastic layer and a capacitor underneath, and when those two touched, that would trigger the touch. That felt awful. Capacitive touch was just starting to happen. It was comically more expensive, but it meant you could do a much smoother use of the touchscreen. Like you could actually use your fingers instead of a stylus. It meant multi-touch was a thing. It enabled so much. It was way more expensive for just a touchscreen, but the result was way better. Apple is not the type of company to cut corners here. I know this as an audiophile because Apple's devices are still the only ones that consistently have good digital to analog converters built in. So when you plug headphones in, even through the little USB-C to HD, so when you plug in headphones, even with the little like USB-C or Lightning to 3.5 jack adapter, it sounds way better than most alternatives. In the audiophile world, Apple's little $10 USB-C to headphone jack is the recommended starting point for better quality audio. It's better than the $1,000 motherboard's headphone jack that you bought on your crazy gaming PC, I promise you. Apple doesn't cut corners the way almost every other brand does. That's just how they work. This should actually be one of their benefits, which we'll get to in a bit. So we need to accept that Apple doesn't compromise on the quality of their hardware. You can shit on them for this. You can like them for this. You can doubt that this is true. You're wrong. They put a lot of effort into best-in-class stuff. I hate that I have to keep qualifying this, but I'm going to because I hate you people that shit on this so much. AnandTech was one of the greatest sources of tech everything back in the day. I would check this site literally every single day from when I was like 13 till I was like 25, just seeing what was going on in computer and mobile and just tech hardware. It was so fun. I learned so much from these guys. It's insane. Anand Lashempi was the guy who ran AnandTech. Absolute legend. One of the most capable people in the world of hardware. He did a write-up breaking down how the Apple 64-bit phone processor worked in the iPhone 5S and ended up doing such a good deep dive on that he ended up being hired off of his own site by Apple to help run a bunch of stuff internally for chips and Apple Silicon stuff. He's a huge piece of that crazy puzzle that enabled both like the MacBook 12-inch, that crazy Mac that was using an Intel processor with no fan, that was super thin, the first ever consumer USB-C device. Still crazy. Talk all the shit you want. Apple literally invented the USB-C standard alongside some others and brought it to the US before anyone else. And Anand Lashempi was one of the architects at Apple who made it so you could put an SSD bigger than 128 gigs on that laptop. Dude is a god. One of the most talented silicon engineers and like chipset architecture people ever. And he got there because he was poached after writing up the best breakdown of how Apple's processors worked by third parties separately reverse engineering it and figuring out how it worked. If you don't know any of these things, if you don't know the history of Anand Lashempi or Apple Silicon or how they deeply innovated in this space, and you're talking shit about Batterygate, I hope you understand how woefully uninformed and problematic your things are. Like, your perspective is so diluted that you can't be part of this conversation. And that sucks because it's an interesting conversation, but your hatred of Apple is blinding you. Throw that out for a bit because I want to shit on Apple with you guys. This is an opportunity for us to agree that Apple's doing something wrong. But if you can't see what they did right, you won't understand what they're doing wrong. I'm trying to help you, Mr. Apple hater. I see you on the other side in your parents' basement. Listen to me for just a little bit of time so you can have better ways to shit on this company that I like and you hate. Anyways. Best-in-class hardware, not disputed. Apple's options for things might be overpriced, but it is the highest quality option. They don't cheap out on parts. They don't cheap out on DACs. They don't cheap out on screens. They don't find some way to cut a corner and save a bit of money. That's not their thing. They'd rather go to court with Qualcomm for 10 years than compromise on the quality of their modems. It sucks, but this is also what makes Apple stuff good. There have been exceptions to this. Like they sold the Fatbook Pro, the MacBook 13-inch that had the CD disk drive for way too long. They've kind of stopped doing that, but there was an era where that was really bad. Okay, best-in-class hardware. If you don't agree, I can't change your mind. Whatever. Have fun with your $600 desktop Mac, or have fun with your $600 custom desktop that can't even play a game. Anyways. Next important thing. How do I want to put this point? So like I'm just gonna sketch out like the points I want to make, and then we will don't put this part in the video phase. It's just me like thinking through how like the key pieces I want, because I have to reframe these so the Apple haters don't lose their brains. It's cares about privacy, puts users first, or exchange quality for money. Roughly, I'm thinking like you pay them to do a thing and they give it to you. There's no implicit deal. Yeah. And okay to be late. Okay, we'll do all those. Nice. I have my core stuff. Next key Appleism. Late is better than wrong. Generally speaking, Apple isn't the first to a thing. They were not the first to laptops. They were not the first to GUIs. They kind of stole them, arguably. They were certainly not first to the smartphone. And they did not plan to be first to AI. They aren't. They know better. Apple waits until the thing is roughly established and there are patterns and benefits and negatives and all these pieces so they can come in and do it right. They were really late to OLED screens, but when they came in, they did a great job. They were really late to tablets, but now the iPad's the only tablet people care about. They've been really late to so many different things, but when they show up, they either win or they end up near the top. Exceptions being things that don't end up having a winner because the whole field sucks. Like Vision Pro is such a massive upgrade from every other VR headset ever, and I own most of them. I'm a lunatic about these things. Apple made one of the gap from my Vision, or the gap from my Valve Index to my Vision Pro feels bigger than the gap from my BlackBerry to my iPhone. Yet it didn't do enough because VR itself isn't a viable space. So they are okay with being late because they want to show up with quality. And either they win a huge portion of the market or the market itself is fucked. It's almost always one of the two. What's crazy is that stopped being the case, which is why this all starts to get interesting. Let me pull this up. Late is better than wrong. Next key point. Charge users money, not privacy. A lot of other companies that Apple competes with have a less clear exchange. With Apple, I give you money for your phone, you give me the phone, and now I use the phone. If I want to use Apple services, like I want to pay for Apple Music or iCloud or these different things, I pay Apple money for those and I get a specific service. They don't do very generous free tiers for almost anything. This does have its negatives, like they put ads in settings for their services. I hate that so much. It still feels weird and not very Apple-y. But they don't sell your data in order to make money off of you as an individual. Almost every other company has some exchange like that, where they are selling your attention, they're selling your data, they're selling something that isn't just charging you money. Even when they take their effective hostage fees, the 30% cut that I absolutely hate, as you've seen in a bunch of my videos, that is a cash exchange. You as a user want to buy apps on Apple's App Store because you have an Apple device. So the apps cost 30% more, or the company makes 30% less in order for you to do that. They are charging you money instead of using the data they collect from you doing that to go sell that to advertisers and other brands and businesses. Apple has chosen to make their exchange a clear monetary one for almost everything that they do. They don't give out things. Apple doesn't do free, they do immediate cash exchanges, except for one particular thing. Loyalty is really essential to the way Apple builds. They will do things that on the outside seem user hostile to protect users at a level of depth that most of us, especially as tech people, just aren't capable of thinking of. Talk all the shit you want about them staying on Lightning. Lightning was not making them much money by the time that they deprecated it. The reason that they moved to USB-C was because they wanted to. They had to accelerate the timeline, though, because of the EU mandate. Apple didn't take their time to make a bunch of money on it. They took their time because my mom is pissed that she has to change chargers again. Didn't I just change chargers? Yeah, like 12 years ago, Mom. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about that, but it's reality. Most people, not most people who watch this video, but most people in general didn't want to change chargers again because they don't benefit from USB-C because they're just all on Apple devices. As more Apple stuff started moving to USB-C, it made a lot of sense. And for me as a professional that uses the USB-C port on my phone to record video to an external SSD, it's essential. I needed the USB-C phone like 5 years ago, and I'm really happy to have it. My desire to have it is different from the average Apple consumer. And Apple obsessively studies these users and what they want. They are constantly doing surveys, constantly tracking sales and all of these things. They know when the users don't want a thing, and they will do their best to delay it for as long as they can. They will fight to every end they can to keep users loyal. And this has its negative consequences too. Stuff like my favorite thing to cite, Batterygate. The reason that Batterygate happened was Apple, or if you're not familiar with the context of Batterygate, the quick TLDR is that with the iPhone 6, they used a new battery manufacturer because the phone was bigger and they wanted to stick more battery in. The problem with that was that the new battery manufacturer kind of lied about what temperature ranges the battery worked in. So if you were in really cold environments a lot or really hot environments a lot, the battery's quality would degrade faster. And when the battery quality degraded, it wasn't just your phone would die faster, it wouldn't be able to go from low wattage to high wattage as fast as it needed to. So if your phone was running at like 0.5 watts and idle, and you open up the home screen and you click an app, the processor is going to need a lot more power for like 50 milliseconds to 200 milliseconds in order to open the app and load it into RAM. So you're going to suddenly go from like 5% CPU usage to 100%. You're going to go from 0.5 watts to 10 watts for a little bit, and then it goes back down. But when your battery's degraded, its ability to go from 0.5 watts to 10 watts in a short amount of time, it's kind of just gone. And that resulted in a problem where degraded batteries, when opening apps on your phone, would just crash the phone because it couldn't get enough power, so it would just shut down. And that's a terrible experience, opening an app on your phone and having your phone shut off. Apple has enough users and enough like general crash analytics to notice the trend, and they put out an iOS update where if your battery was degraded, they would reduce the speed that your phone would ramp up its CPU. So they didn't change how fast your phone can go, they changed how fast it can get to its top speed. They didn't change it so it can't go 100 miles per hour. They changed the 0 to 100 speed. So the speed that you get there at is different, not the max speed you can go. And they did that to protect the user experience on these old phones with bad batteries. And this got framed by dishonest people as Apple intentionally slowing down your phone, planned obsolescence. We want to make your phone way worse so that you have to go buy a new one. No, they didn't. They didn't change the velocity, they changed the acceleration. If they wanted to do that, they would have capped the max speed of your phone. They wouldn't have changed how fast it gets there. There was a very obvious reason they did this. But you're going to go cite the court case and say that I'm wrong because Apple settled a bullshit small claims court that was a relatively cheap expense rather than continuing to fight it. It is what it is. I don't care. Everybody who says Batterygate's proof that Apple has planned obsolescence and hates their users is so bad faith they probably already stopped watching the video so they could rage in my comment section. Scroll down if you want to see them. They're a fun spectacle. So Apple does these types of things that get them crap because they want to make sure that the user experience is as good and stays as good as possible. This is also why they've been sketchy on right to repair stuff, because they don't want people to go to a random repair shop, get a crappy, cheap knockoff screen, and then have a bad experience on their iPhone. And I can tell you from my own experience, remembering the days in the iPhone 4, 4S to 5S, those knockoff screens were terrible. And I had so many friends where like they would show me something on their phone. I'm like, what's wrong with that? It's because they use a knockoff screen. So common. And I get that Apple should be better about these things. I fully agree. Apple needs to really rethink how they do repairability, especially for older devices. But the goal there is to make sure the floor of how bad an Apple device experience can be is way higher than it is for other things, because they don't want any user to have a bad experience with their device. That is just how Apple structures their business. They want to minimize the chance you have a bad experience and maximize the chance you have a good one. These are the core attributes that define Apple in a lot of ways. You could break down and add way more. You could fight on the points here. But I think if we start from this established, agreed starting point, things will make much more sense going forward. Did I cover all those? Yeah, cool. So where does this play into Apple's AI strategy? I'm going to start with the best case first. That's an ancient graph. Does he have an updated version of the chart? He does. This is one of my favorite charts ever. This is the Geekbench single core scores across various different phones. You can see that the iPhones consistently maintain a pretty solid lead over the highest end Galaxy devices, but that's not the part that I care about here, because Samsung's market penetration is not defined by the Galaxy Ultra series, it's defined by the A series, as well as Motorola with the E phones as well. These phones near the bottom make up the vast majority of Android sales. Apple's phones tend to last longer. So there's a lot more iPhone 12s around nowadays than there probably are Galaxy A51s. Regardless, the gap is so huge that even a brand new, cheap Android phone performs significantly worse than an 8-year-old iPhone. This is an important to note chart. And everybody's saying, what about Pixel? Pixel makes up such a small percentage of the market, it doesn't fucking matter. We're talking about real devices in real users' pockets. I love the Pixel line. I was a Nexus owner for a long time. I rocked every Nexus phone from the Nexus 1 to the Nexus 5. I was an Android fanboy back in the day, and then I turned 18 and grew up. So I understand. I'm with you guys. I love the Nexus line and Pixel line. It's hard for me to not go buy a Pixel Fold right now. I want one so badly. It seems so cool. We're talking about actual market penetration and actual sales. This is about how many people have how much CPU in their pocket. And right now, Apple has an absurd lead in the amount of compute in people's pockets on average. If you look at the number of pockets, the number of people with these phones, and the amount of compute that they have, Apple has this really crazy thing where the sheer amount of compute power people have in their pockets is just insane. I want to do a mobile comparison here somehow. And do Vulkan. Cap it to be mobile somehow. Oh, and everybody's saying, but what about Pixel? The most recent Pixels are getting 2/3 the score that the most recent Galaxies are, which is still very low compared to the most recent iPhones. To be fair, this is just single core CPU testing. I don't have a good way to bench the GPU side, sadly. There's some weird Xiaomi stuff using the Snapdragon 600 series that's, I believe, built for VR headsets. So it's cool seeing that in here. But again, just no presence from Google in this chart at all. They're all the way down below the OnePlus 11. Their GPU performance is garbage. I wish I could look at Vulkan performance on Apple's stuff. That there was some way for me to do a reasonable like GPU perf comparison. Oh. Well, this site's pretty broken. What the hell? Zen's breaking. Let me reopen the browser. Aha, here we go. Yeah. Apple's A18 trounces most Samsung and MediaTek stuff. These Qualcomm Snapdragon 8s, these are their equivalent of the Apple M series. So these are like computer chips. Sadly, I can't filter out M4 because it's technically a mobile chip. You can put it in an iPad. I think that's bullshit, but yeah. A18 Pro is the start of actual mobile chips here. And you can see even like last gen Apple chips, GPU bench like all around Samsung and other chips. And if we find the Google Tensor, it's literally half the GPU performance of Apple's modern chips. Why the fuck did you link this? This has literally nothing to do with GPU performance. We're talking about performance, not how you feel about transparency. No worries. Here we go. Okay, there's something up with this benchmark. If the iPhone is ranking below the Find, they fuck something up for this. It's like undisputed the GPU perf on the iPhone's insane. Okay, apparently they're actually stuffing the 8 Elite into phones now. That's hilarious. Yeah, the 8 Elite is the first thing Qualcomm, I think's ever put out that can beat an Android chip. 40% improvement in gaming. Still loses on CPU, but it seems like their GPUs are catching up if you buy an ROG Republic of Gamers phone. Cool. Not real market penetration. I didn't know Samsung was using it because Samsung also uses Zenyo, so you never know what you're getting when you buy one. But there is progress happening here. It's slow and non-deterministic. And I think, hopefully, most of y'all can agree with me that Apple, in general, has a pretty significant lead on GPU perf and CPU perf for most people's devices. If you take an average iPhone owner, someone right in the median, and an average Android phone owner, the iPhone owner, on average, will have between 2 and 10 times more perf in their phone than the Android phone does. If you cap this as like people who spent more than $800 on their phone in the last 2 years, maybe they're a little bit closer. But if we're talking about the market, the averages, the expected experience when I build an app for iPhone versus an app for Android, I can expect much more availability of performance, much more CPU, GPU, all of these things on an iPhone than an Android phone in general. Why am I bringing all of this up? Well, I guess I just want to make my comment section even worse, but the actual reason I'm bringing this up is because of, in particular, that GPU side, how valuable that is for on-device inference. This is going to be one of the biggest differences between Apple and everyone else, especially if we're talking about Google and the Pixel line. Google has invested a lot in CPU architecture and design. They've invested much more so on the server side than they have on the mobile side, because they use their chips to run models in crazy server farms and warehouses. They're a big part of why Gemini is as fast and cheap as it is. There's a couple things you need to do inference and AI stuff well. You need fast GPUs or GPU-like chips. Think like the tensor type stuff, all the crazy things Google's doing for their own chips. You need fast GPUs. You need a good foundational model. How do I want to explain this? You need a good foundation, in quotes, which is like the foundational model, the science, the training, and all of that. And the other big thing you need, a ton of data. This is where things get interesting. I'm going to intentionally leave those 2 points out for now because I want to focus on this. If we were to believe that most AI should run on your device in order to prevent your data from having to be shipped up to a server, wait, and then get it back, so that it works offline, so that it works privately, so that it works with lower latency, we do a lot of these types of things. If we really, really want to run things on your device correctly and safely and protecting your privacy, Apple has a massive advantage here. Because Apple has the performance lead by a lot. If you were to measure the amount of compute that is in the hands of people relative to the brand, I would bet around 50% of the compute that is owned by end users, just like the sheer amount of processing power that is in the hands of and in the possession of individuals, that more than 50% of the world's compute that is consumer is in the hands of Apple. That Apple has, even if they have less than half of phones, they have way more than half of phone compute. And if you argue me on that, you just don't understand the size of these numbers, it's fine. Especially when you consider that Apple owns all of the iPhone market and Google owns like a tenth or less of the Android market. So Apple has a majority hold, a monopoly borderline, on large amounts of compute in the hands of users. that sets them up for a really, really powerful play, which is edge AI. Edge compute being the thing closer to you instead of it being on a dedicated server somewhere else. That Apple has such powerful devices in the hands of individuals that they have the opportunity to do something crazy there. If they can get good models that can run on phones, on hardware that is that light, Apple has way better market penetration to do this. And this is the bet that a lot of people, myself included, made when they bet on Apple. And for me, invested in Apple. I had a lot of money in Apple. And as I saw Apple failing with Apple Intelligence and also the tariffs and whatnot, I ended up liquidating most of my Apple position. I ended up with a 3x return on that. This is not investor advice. I don't take my advice on investment stuff, please. But I tapped out of my Apple investment, and I had made a lot of it because I thought they were going to win here. So what went wrong? A couple things. If we all wanted to run models on our phones, Apple would win. They have all of the pieces they need to do that. But since they couldn't establish that lead fast enough, we're starting to see Android devices catching up in some of these spaces. But there are other scarier things happening that make this a lot harder for Apple. We need to cover those other points that make a company good at this. You know what? We're going to do it a different way. We're going to cover why is Google so good at AI? Because Google has come out to be a weirdly powerful leader in the AI space. Google has a couple things that nobody else does. They have really good processor. How do I want to? They have really good silicon. Almost everybody else that is training models is using GPUs from NVIDIA. That's why NVIDIA is such an absurdly overvalued company, because they all have to rely on NVIDIA to get the processors, the graphics cards that are used to do this training in order to make the model in the first place, and then also to serve the model to users on the other side. Google makes their own chips. Google Google trains their models on their own chips. They do inference on their own chips. That allows them to make things that are way more effective and efficient than almost anyone else in the industry. And it's allowed them to make some of the best and most performant models in the world. But having good silicon is not enough. You also need a shitload of data. Google has been collecting data on every one of us for a very long time. Most of you are watching this video on YouTube right now. You think that Google doesn't know an absurd amount of you based on the YouTube videos you watch, when you pause, when you skip, what ads you look at, what ads you don't look at. Google has such an absurd level of data that just puts them really far ahead for training these models. Google's income historically has mostly been from ads. In order to make ads better, they have to have better understanding of users, which they got from data. This huge investment they made into data has set them up really well for success. They also have a cloud platform. The cloud platform is important because they need a lot of compute to handle a lot of these use cases. They don't just have their own silicon, they have their own servers, they have their own platform. They have all of these pieces to distribute the AI to users over the internet. They're not very good at this part. We've seen that with a lot of the weird internet outages they've caused and whatnot, but GCP is a real thing. It's a platform that they own. They also have devices in users' hands. They might not all be Pixels. In fact, a very small percentage of them are, but they have a lot of people that have Android phones. They have a lot of pieces that let them put these devices and put these experiences in front of users. They also have Chrome. They also have the Google Suite. They have all of these ways, software and hardware, to surface these experiences to users. And possibly their biggest advantage, they don't mind shipping slop. Google doesn't care if the thing they ship doesn't work. If it still gets interest, they'll fix it. And if it doesn't get interest, they'll kill it. They don't care. Google has zero desire to like keep their brand sacred and well respected. If you don't believe me, take a look at any app built in Flutter, especially the Google apps built in Flutter. Google's bar for quality is like, it's not a bar, it's a stick they use to hit each other with. It's not a real thing. Google's quality bar is non-existent. This combination of things has set up Google absurdly well to find success in this space. Google was disproportionately advantaged, and even though they showed up late, they showed up quite late to the AI race, especially like they were so deep on DeepMind, which was a company they acquired that was mostly doing Google Translate stuff at the time, that when the OpenAI white papers came out about LLMs, they had to like reset everything. And it took a while for them to do it, but they succeeded. They have some of the best models in the world and some of the best AI things you can do now. At the same time, they built Stadia, which was a shit show, but this is Google. They do some things hilariously wrong and then other things stumbled upon the right way to do it. And this is one of those cases. So I'm going to add a couple details here. Really good silicon for servers and AI. A shitload of data. Privacy. LOL. A cloud platform. They scale. Kinda. Devices in users' hands. Meh. I don't mind shipping slop. So let's, now that we have these details, go through and see how this compares with Apple. So bad at AI. So really good silicon for servers or AI. Apple has good silicon in your hands, but they don't have good silicon on their servers. They're still probably using AMD processors for their server racks. So most people are using. They don't have the ability to do server-side inference, really. So we lose that point. A shitload of data? We have to delete that one too, because Apple cares so much about privacy that they don't have much data on you or anything really in general. Everything is so encrypted that Apple can't get into your iCloud account unless you hit a specific box in your settings that enables them to do that. And then in and then in certain countries where that's not allowed, they like prompt you about it so that you'll help fight the government to allow for more privacy. Apple's been canceled so many times for protecting terrorists and Apple's been attacked so many times for protecting terrible people like terrorists because they believe in privacy for the end user. I'm on their side there, but they're getting a little bit fucked for that because they don't have the data they need to make Siri better, to make AI models that work, to do better image detection, to do all these types of things because they don't collect data from users. Cloud platform, lol. Devices in users' hands, sure. There's one that they have. And they don't mind shipping slop. They don't mind shipping slop in developer betas, but they do not like shipping slop. RIP. So the only thing Apple has going for them is devices in users' hands. They don't have any of the other things they need to be successful in this space. That doesn't mean they won't be. They were successful in smartphones, even though they had none of the pieces they needed to be to do that. So what do they have? So how can Apple be safe? What do they have that helps? They have powerful devices in users' hands. Another big one they have is taste. We could fight on this all we want. Apple cares almost too much. Most of the time Apple's being memed on, it's because they were slightly ahead of the curve. Think about how many people were pissed about the headphone jack being removed. How many devices do you own that still have a headphone jack? Think about how pissed people were about the camera bump on the iPhone. What doesn't have a camera bump now? Think about how pissed people were when they removed the CD drive. Who buys CDs anymore? Apple tends to be a taste definer in a lot of ways, to the point where they cause problems with it. And this can go really far in a world of slop. That said, it has not helped them much yet. There are other things they have that can help them, though. Deep hardware plus software integration. This has been the key thing saving Apple historically. Since they make the iPhone, since they make the processor for the iPhone and the OS for the iPhone, these things can play together in a way that almost nothing else can. Google theoretically can do this, but Google theoretically can do this, but the Android team and the chipset team and the Pixel team are far enough away from each other that they really effectively can't. I also feel saying, fuck carrier locking. Who do you think killed carrier locking? Why do you think you can buy a phone and choose the carrier after? Do you think the phone carriers were the ones who did that? Do you think Samsung's the one who did that? Do you think Samsung didn't love making custom phones for every carrier and charging them a bunch of money to license them and put their logo on it? Do you remember the Samsung Fascinate versus the Captivate, where they were all the exact same phone minus one modem in them? Those companies loved that because they could charge all sorts of fees to different carriers and then bundle different slop on the phones. The one on Verizon would come with the Blockbuster Video app. The one on T-Mobile would come with the Walmart app. All of these things were opportunities for Samsung to make money on the margins because that's where they made their money from. That's just how Samsung made money. They barely made anything selling you the phone, but they made a lot off those crazy deals. Apple was the one who fought here. The reason Apple fought here is they wanted to solve their manufacturing problem where they had to make enough phones to satiate demand, but not make too many Verizon phones when they actually needed AT&T phones. Not make too many 64 gig phones when they actually needed the 16 gig. Not make too many black phones when they needed the white ones. Apple's supply chain stuff was crazy. It's actually one of the biggest things Tim Cook did. He is a supply chain just obsessive expert. He's the reason we went from one iPhone SKU where we had one iPhone with one he's the reason we went from one iPhone SKU where we had one iPhone with one size and one color for one carrier, and instead we got 4 different colors, 2 different sizes, 2 different SKUs between Pro and non-Pro, and a bunch of different colors. If you like your iPhone coming in more than one color, you owe Tim Cook a huge thanks because he figured out how to make the whole manufacturing pipeline operate on demand at a level that allowed them to do that. And one of the biggest wins there was forcing the carriers to allow them to make one phone with all the modems. Because if they didn't do that, Tim refused to put the iPhone on that carrier. He's the one who made Sprint cave. He's the one who made Verizon cave. He certainly made AT&T cave. They were wrapped around Apple for a while. The reason that phones can be used in more than one carrier in the US and now in the rest of the world is because Apple does not fuck around with SKUs. So if you like buying unlocked phones, I hope you go thank Tim Cook for it, because he's the reason all of that happened. Anyways, Apple has taste, and they will fight for their users in ways nobody will give them credit for. I don't care. That's what I'm here for, to tell you the truth so you can keep denying it. Apple does all of these things for a reason. A lot of it comes down to taste and caring too much, but also comes down to that deep hardware and software integration. These are all things that should position Apple well to make a real impact here. I don't think it's enough anymore, though, because they also need a lot of intelligence, and that requires a lot of data, requires a lot of analytics, requires a lot of things that Apple doesn't normally do. And this is where things start to get scary. This is why we see things like Apple This is why the AI/ML team is now being referred to internally as aimless. This is why Siri still sucks. This is why they're partnering with OpenAI. This is why they're considering buying Perplexity. Perplexity does have their own models, but for the most part, they rely on other people's models and integrating them in novel ways. Apple can't really win in the model space. That much is pretty true and pretty obvious. What's this tweet? Apple's advantages aren't enough here. They've relied on these things for so long that the deep hardware and software integration would let them trounce their competition by just making something that actually works and is a nice experience. But they're so far behind on the integrations and the quality of that experience that doesn't seem like an advantage. And everybody else has just moved to doing their compute on the cloud. Apple's whole product, or Apple's history, has generally avoided relying on external anything. Your phone is your phone. Once it's set up, it doesn't need internet connection. It doesn't need Apple servers. It's just your phone. Apple doesn't rely on external servers and services to power the experiences on your phone. They don't rely on some weird integration with Google to make sure when you take a photo that the right image comes out on the other side. They don't wait on servers to do those types of things because they like doing everything on device because it feels better, it's faster, and most importantly, it's more private. That's always been how Apple does things. That's no longer benefiting them. But the problem goes a little bit deeper. Part of how Apple structures internally is around opinionated leaders for parts of the product. This is part of that taste thing. Is why they hired somebody like Anand Lashempi to run a bunch of the Apple Silicon division. They want these people with deep understandings and care and a little bit of force behind their words to make these things happen. And the worst mistake Apple made was hiring the wrong person to run the department. Who dropped my tweet? Hitesh just dropped one of my tweets that I think is a great starting point on this. Alex Roman was one of those employees. Alex Roman was hired to lead... Wait, is this the... Oh, this is the finance one. Never mind. Scrap me citing this. It's their fucking AI guy I forgot the name of. Yeah. Here we go. Apple brought in an expert to lead machine learning and AI strategy at Apple, believe it or not, all the way back in 2018, because they brought him in to fix Siri. He was meant to be the big opinionated person that would take over AI at Apple. He used to lead a bunch of the similar AI engineering stuff at Google, and he was poached to take over at Apple. He has done a terrible job, and he needs to be fucking fired. It's actually embarrassing how bad he has done. Apparently, they're keeping him around because he can somehow pull experienced engineers, which they need a lot of. But he has been pulled off of leading a bunch of things. Siri got moved under Rockwell. If I recall, Rockwell directly reports to Schiller. And Phil is going to slowly take over. I really expect him to be the new CEO at Apple within the next 5 years. It's time for Tim to retire. I love Tim. He's done an incredible job, but he needs to retire and like run for president or something at this point. He's done with Apple. Yeah. Is he still technically an employee? Yeah. Apple fellow. And Jaws took over a bunch since. Yeah. The core point I'm trying to make by pulling up all these names is something that's really different about Apple versus other companies. At a place like Google, the name that you know associated with something like Gemini isn't some random exec. It's somebody like Logan. Logan is a head of product for AI Studio, but he's not an exec. He's not some higher up. I am following him back. Twitter is just a shitty, buggy platform. Do you see the button? Yeah, I am following Google. Don't pretend otherwise. or I am following Logan, don't pretend otherwise. Logan is a front-facing person that talks with the community and is involved in the space, but he is just one piece of the puzzle. Gemini isn't led by one person. There isn't like the one driving force at Google for it. In fact, part of what makes Google's structure so interesting is they have like the decision makers, but then they have the visionary, so to speak, the leads that aren't like the ones who make the decision, but they're the ones who steer the leaders in the right direction. So at Apple, those are the same person. The person who understands the market and what it wants is also the executive making decisions. At Google, the person who understands what people want and is like embedded in the community guides the execs in the right direction. Sometimes the execs drag their feet and are like, no, that doesn't make sense. And that's how you end up with most of Google's shitty products. But sometimes, especially when they're under fire from the competition, they will listen to these people. This is a big part of why YouTube is successful. Funny enough, this actually fits on the topic of Apple stuff. Rene Ritchie was one of my favorite Apple reporters for a very long time. He ran a medium-sized Apple News channel on YouTube. He started talking with Google and specifically the YouTube team about what it was like to make a living as a medium-sized tech YouTuber. And the more he talked with them, the more useful his insights were to them. Eventually, they realized that those insights would help them drive YouTube better. So they brought on Rene. Rene is now the creator liaison for YouTube, which means it's his job to talk to creators about what it's like being on YouTube and to be part of that community so that he can bring the understanding of what YouTubers need back to YouTube so they can make good decisions. And one of the reasons that YouTube has won as hard as they have is the previous CEO, Sarah, right? Yeah, Susan, sorry. One of the biggest reasons YouTube has succeeded is that the late Susan Wojcicki, one of the reasons YouTube won is Susan, who tragically passed away last year. She was fucking awesome. I love Susan so much. The reason YouTube won is largely Susan's leadership. She really drove YouTube in the right direction. When she became CEO, she really made it focus on creators again in a way that it hadn't for a long time. And when I was at Twitch, I would stare at and envy. And one of the things she pushed really hard was this idea that if a team didn't know what decision to make or what direction to go in with a product, you should go where Rene would. You shouldn't necessarily bug him all the time and ask him to make all these decisions, but you should either get his vision and talk to him about it or understand him enough that you can guess what decision he would have made or recommended. You should always go in the direction that Rene would say, because Rene is the one who's going in the directions of what creators want. And even though he was far from CEO, he's still at Google and he's still at YouTube. He isn't the CEO, but he is the person that the CEO listens to make sure they're going in the right direction. This results in a lot more chaos and a lot more thrash in the direction of a company like Google, because the executives can be steered in any direction at any time by a person who can speak in a compelling enough way. At Apple, Rene would have been the one in charge of YouTube if YouTube was an Apple product. And that would have benefited in a lot of ways, but it also would have hurt, especially because Apple doesn't really embed themselves in the community and talk to people every day the same way. When you talk to a Google employee, it's like, oh yeah, you're the fourth one I've heard from this week. When you talk to an Apple employee, it's like, wait, they let you talk? It's a whole different environment. And historically, Apple's focus through their really fixed leadership has let them do things no one else could. But with the speed of iteration we have now, with the quality of technologies we have now, and with the use case driven development that matters now more than ever, Apple's strategy isn't working in this era. Things move too fast for Apple to be things are moving too fast for Apple to be late the way they are. Things are being defined by users so deeply that Apple's visionary-led strategy doesn't work as well as it used to. Data is so important that Apple's privacy focus is hurting them. All of the things that defined the Apple we know all the things that define the Apple we know and love are slowly eroding their ability to perform in this new AI-driven world. It doesn't matter how nice your device is to use if it's using itself. It doesn't matter how beautiful the animations are on your website if you're asking an LLM to summarize it for you. It doesn't matter how nice the iMessage UI is if you're letting people fill it with slop and change the background image and generate these awful Genmojis. Apple's taste, Apple's vision and focus, and Apple's like strong visionary driven leadership just don't fucking matter right now. That's a weird thing to say. But that might change in the future too. Software's getting way buggier, and as there's more and more AI writing worse and worse code, having a polished platform matters more. Apple's focus on building their own solutions instead of integrating with others hurts a lot right now. But in a future where everyone has good enough models, maybe having a focused example instead of every option might be a level of similar. But maybe in a future where everyone's models are good enough, Apple's focus on simplicity will make it easier for users to make the right decision. Maybe in a future where generating an app to solve your problem matters, Apple's focus on polish and good user experiences might allow them to make the best ever vibe coding app. Who knows? But right now, Apple's strategy, positioning, and way of running itself kind of runs against the way But right now, the way Apple does things and the way they think of themselves kinds of runs against the things that make these AI tools really good. In order to make a great AI, you have to run everything on the server. You have to throw away any care of privacy. You have to be okay with pissing off a lot of creatives, which Apple avoids to the best of their ability. You have to not care about the quality of experience for long enough to do it. Like, there is that. I want to find like the responses from GPT-2 examples. Oh shit. Thank you, chat. Appreciate you, Beryl. Trying to find some of the bad examples. There was an example that OpenAI published with one of the new model drops where they compared to how bad the old generation was. So I ask on the ChatGPT site using their search. I hope that they can find this better. OpenAI published a comparison of old GPT text generation against a new model showing just how bad it used to be. What? Where? Find the post where that happened. See if they can find their own source. That is not that. That's the one that was linked by chat. So nope, they can't find what I'm looking for. That's great. Was it 4.5? This sounds right. Thank you, Chuck Chase. I was so sure there was a GPT-2 sample in here. It might have been just like a Sam tweet or something. Oh, here it is. There we go. In order for ChatGPT to get as good as it is, Phase, cut all of that hunting to this point. In order for ChatGPT to get to where it is today, where you ask, what is the first language, and get this nice write-up with good points, you had to start 7 years ago with this slop. What was the first language? What was the first language? Space, question mark, user, space, colon, space. What was the first language? Space, question mark. This looks like a bad ternary operator, not an actual response. This is the thing Apple will never do. They won't build something this bad. Even if it's necessary to get to the good part, they won't waste their time in this slop world. They care too much. If they can't make something the user would like, they won't bother at all. They'll wait till everyone else catches up. But as a result, they are now really, really behind, and they are desperate to find a way to catch up. They are shuffling executives internally. They're moving more stuff under Schiller's control. They are figuring out what it means to partner with these other AI companies. They are integrating all the different models into Xcode because they know better than to pretend one is good enough. They're accepting the fact that they are woefully behind, and the way that Apple has historically done things just doesn't work here. And that's the real problem of what's going on at Apple. It's not like any one bad decision was made or some strategic failure or they made a bad bet. It's that the way Apple's architected, the fundamental things that make Apple what Apple is, run against what make AI good. And I don't know how fixing that looks. I don't even know if fixing that is the right move. It might be better for them to keep waiting, be even more late, and then come back with a better integrated solution that doesn't even feel like AI anymore. It's just your phone being nicer to use. It's impossible to know what is next and who will win long term, but I know for a fact we are not going to see some crazy revolutionary Gemini equivalent come out of Apple because they are not structured in a way where that can happen. They are structured in a way where visionaries drive revolutionary changes, but there's a revolution every couple months now. Apple was not structured for that. Apple was built to drive, not to play catch up. And in a world where everyone's trying to catch up with each other, Apple just looks like they are very far behind. I think I've said everything I have to here. As you can tell, I have a lot of opinions, and I'm sure this comment section is going to be a wonderful scroll. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. What is this from a first-time chat? Oh, thank you. This is the scene I was thinking of where they actually do the comparison.
We've just
God, it's so bad. Let's actually use that one instead. Marker, better example for Apple AI vid. Cool. Stuff this when I went and searched for that thing. It should still fit there. I trust you, Phase. In order for OpenAI's models to get as good as they were and for all their tools and things to be as quality and experience as they are, they had to be shit for a while. Apple won't do this. They won't ship something where when you ask it, why is the ocean salty? It says, do you like it? User, yes, I like it. User, do you like the ocean salt? User, yes, I do. It's good to be alive. User, why? It's good to be alive. What is the purpose of life? This is not something Apple would ever have built. And if they did, they would have fired the person who built it and shuttered it and pretended it never happened. Apple doesn't do things in a way where they will take these incremental steps to get to the right solution. They're an all or nothing company. The idea of shipping a product that can hallucinate is insane to them. The code reds that happen internally when a screenshot of asking Siri, what day is it, and it gets it wrong, Apple doesn't handle those things. They don't like taking those types of risks. You can say that it's because they're cowards, but it's also because of their deep care of a polished, trustworthy user experience. They want a user to know if they did something on their device, they can do the same thing tomorrow and get the right answer again. And Apple doesn't like non-deterministic anything. And AI kind of runs against the way Apple likes to operate and do things on that fundamental level. Polish and artificial intelligence are opposite ends of a spectrum. It's just a fundamental different way of operating, and the gap there is very, very real. Cool. Then you can cut that phase. Apple Intelligence already is opt-in, and it's not okay that it's buggy. Did you not see all the shit posting from the Apple developer beta of people being so mad that the thing is not just a beta or an opt-in, it's a developer beta. You have to pay for the fucking Apple developer license to use it. And people still flip to shit that it broke. People think the Apple logo means the thing works. That is an association they worked really hard to build, and they will keep fighting to maintain. I'm obviously talking about training data. In order to make the models good, you need data to use to train the models. What do you got for me here, Chuck? This actually looks like it might be fun. I'll marker this. This might be a good thing to include. Cool. Phase, include this if it makes sense. Don't if it doesn't. Should be 58, you said, right? Okay. Let me just start straight with... I just want to watch the whole thing. Fuck it. Okay, I think I know where I want to fit this in. That was a really good call out. Thank you. Who was the one who sent that, just so I can make sure I shout out the right person? Chuck, yeah, thank you for that. That's actually really helpful. Phase, I think the best thing we can do is include that little section from the question she just asked to that answer when I'm first talking about Apple being okay with being late. And I'll give you a better cut for that quick. Okay. Actually, I don't even know how to make that cut. You know what? I'll just make it when we're first in this section. You might think that Apple Intelligence was rushed out because they wanted to get ahead of everybody else and that they're just trying to race. And if you think Apple doesn't like being late, that makes a lot of sense. You can take my word that Apple's okay with being late, but you could also take it from them. There was an awesome interview that they did with Wall Street Journal, which is a lot more transparent than I normally see from Apple when they take an L. Like the level of ignoring that they did when we were things like level of ignoring reality that they did when AirPlay happened was terrifying, and they refused to talk about a lot of things that make them look bad. They jumped on this one, and they admitted that their stuff wasn't ready. But the part I want to highlight here is why they are delaying and why they're okay with the state that things are in. Phase, I'm sure you can cut to that reasonably well, hopefully. And if you can't, that's fine. We can just drop that section. I just think it's useful context and a good reference to have for the actual team. Sorry, did I say AirPlay? I meant AirPower. Okay. I just said AirPlay. I meant AirPower. AirPower was an absolute disaster. You get the point, though. Let's hear what they have to say. And their memory movies commercial. Wonderful. That I'll get copyright struck for sure. I think 4-day work weeks have a lot of potential benefit on like all sides. And I like that Bernie's advocating for things like this. He's really good at like saying a thing that seems so obvious after it's been said. And I don't disagree with this. My disagreement is it's so deeply ingrained in weird details that it almost feels like schizo to even talk about it. But the simple way I'd put it is that the types of work that tend to be traditional 9 to 5, 40-hour work weeks are not necessarily the types of work that are automated the best. Also, like more like hands-on work, like working at a restaurant or working at a like retail shop or working at like Wall Street. A lot of those types of roles don't automate quite as easily as others do. But for people working at big companies, people who work desk jobs, especially in technology, AI is already helping us enough that like it is yet another reason for us to push towards a 4-day work week. I think that's a fair take, and more people doing the type of thing makes a lot of sense. I personally prefer more flexibility rather than. Is there a new Joe Rogan with Bernie? I want to watch that later if there is. Yeah, there is. That's going to be a fun one to watch later. Yeah. Rather than a 4-day work week, I want more flexibility in the workplace. Like I can show up when I need to and not when I don't. Like I would rather be on call always than work like just weekdays. Personally, I would rather have the flexibility to take like 4 hours off in the middle of the day on Tuesday. I'd rather take 4 hours off in the middle of the day on Tuesday if I want to than I would personally prefer to have something like a 4-day work week or like get weekends off. I would rather like if I need to take half of a random day off, I would take that over not working weekends anytime. That's just how I am and the way I do things. Like I don't have kids. I don't have things on traditional schedules. I prefer flexibility over like number of hours. That's just how I am. And I think more flexibility will allow for different people to operate in different ways. I like the idea of flexibility in the workforce. Obviously, flexibility and capitalism don't necessarily go together very well, depending on the environment and whatnot. But that's my preference. But even talking about it sounds insane because Bernie made a really good cohesive point here. Never try to argue with Bernie. You will always come out looking stupid, like almost 100% of the time. There's a reason that I donated as much money as I did to him. Anyways. Let me thank all the subs that I missed. We got Diz here with the Prime. Thank you for that. And Erebus with the 6 months. Appreciate all of you, all the help on these things today. Cool. I don't even think this source was used. Yeah. Where's that video from? Fuck me. It was Wall Street Journal Apple. This guy.
So we deliver.
I'm gonna grab that as a real source. Cool. Look at us getting 5 videos done in 6.5 hours. Real progress being made. Oops. Close all those. It is 8 p.m. I am getting to the end of my rope. I was hoping we could pull 7 off today, but I don't think I have that in me. So let me just quickly thank the remaining people here. I don't even know what these are, but thank you, Aeroful, for dropping that. Probably cost you money, and it probably paid me too. We got Rachel here with the Prime sub as well. Thank you, guys, as always. We got a good set of videos today. Hopefully we can get more soon. I might have to grind again this weekend to get a couple more out. Hopefully the weekend is chill enough for me to do that. And obviously there will likely be some more news throughout this week where I have to deal with random new drops. What's this? Interesting. This looks interesting. I'll save this to take a look at later. Let's figure out who we're raiding so I can get offline before I get too tired. Who deserves a raid today? I said Talion last time. What's Ricky up to today? Ranking every rapper who tried skateboarding? This sounds very fun. That's what we're throwing you guys. Oh, is Griffin live? I'll just raid him. That's fine. Griff isn't live. Don't fucking gaslight me. We'll raid Ricky. Have fun with Ricky. He's always fun. Literally all bad takes. Goodbye. Thank you, nerds, as always. See you maybe this weekend, if not on Wednesday. Goodbye, nerds. And goodbye to YouTube as well.